being taken by the government in response to the crime that took place on Sunday, where we had 8 Jamaicans losing their lives senselessly in Cherry Lane in Four Paths, Clarendon. This morning, we have the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica. We have the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. Dr. McCoy, our Attorney General, is also here. Vice Admiral Antoinette Weems-Gorman, our Chief of Defence Staff. Mr. Fitz Bailey, our Acting Commissioner of Police. Other guests, and lots of members of the media. I see a lot of media celebrities are here today. We welcome all members of the media, the old faithfuls, as we'd call them, who are always here for these briefings, and those who are especially here today. This morning, we are going to be going through these updates in our usual order. First, we'll have DCP Bailey, who is Acting Commissioner of Police. He'll give us an update on the status of the investigations, and he will be followed right after by our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Chang, who will speak to states of emergencies and other measures being taken. And then we will have the Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, will be speaking to us about generally where things are, where we're going, and some of the other initiatives that are being taken by the government of Jamaica. After that, there'll be time for questions from the media. I again note that we're requesting that each person, there are lots of you here today, that each person does one question related to this matter. Today we are speaking about what happened in Clarendon and the status of those investigations. So we're going to start with DCP Fitz Bailey, who is the Acting Commissioner of Police.
The Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Chief of Defence Staff, Attorney General, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The recent murder in Cherry Tree Lane, Clarendon, has left our nation in shock and grief. The brutal and indiscriminate killing of 8 innocent persons, including a child and 3 women, as well as the injuring of 9 others, including a baby, has troubled the minds of decent, law-abiding citizens here and abroad. This is not normal, and no self-respecting country will ever accept this as normal. Our response to this heinous crime has been swift and impactful. We have since seized an illegal firearm and have apprehended at least 5 persons. In fact, 1 person turned himself in yesterday. We continue to work tirelessly to uncover the truth and ensure that those responsible are held accountable under the rule of law. Our investigation has made significant progress, revealing connections to at least 6 previous violent incidents in Clarendon. These incidents include a quadruple murder in Havana Heights in 2021, a murder committed on April 21st, 2024, and a subsequent shooting and arson that was committed on April 25 in West Park. The other incidents include a murder that was committed on April 29 in the Cherry Tree Lane, a murder that was committed on May 11 along Fogar Road, Maypen, as well as a murder that was committed on May 15 in Yorktown. Unfortunately, our findings indicate that these local violent issues have international roots and incorporate local players, some of whom are incarcerated. These individuals who once were friends in Jamaica had a falling out in the United States over illegal obtained gains, leading to each taking homicidal contracts to incite fear and terror. Criminal actors in prisons were contacted to facilitate these contracts through their criminal networks, resulting in the senseless.
Hey yo, it's Nugget Pioneers, Pilgrims.
In removing those responsible from our streets and to restoring public confidence and trust in our ability to keep Jamaicans safe. In light of this accepted duty, it is important that we isolate those who are responsible wherever they are and to offer our public the level of safety assurance needed. We are mindful of the likely reprisal that will take place in several areas within and outside of Clarendon. I want to reassure the public that the security forces will use all resources available to mitigate any threat of reprisal and will be available to use other legislative tools that is available to us. We appeal to good conscience and those locally and within our diaspora to partner with us in identifying those criminal actors and sharing whatever you know with the police. Together we can create a safer, more just society for all. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister, leaders of the security forces, members of the media present, and those online, good morning. After careful consideration and review of the current situation and the result of events in Clarendon, His Excellency the Governor General has declared a state of public emergency for the parish of Clarendon. The Honorable Prime Minister has advised the Governor General to make such a declaration on the recommendation of the Chief of Defense Staff and the Commissioner of Police. Our informed assessment is that high levels of violent criminal activity experienced within the specified area is of such nature and such an extensive scale that it endangers public safety. This large single account of murders within the parish of Clarendon is attributed to ongoing violence within the division that had reached a tenuous magnitude, resulting in the eventual perpetration of murders as a means of intimidation and further as a form of reprisal as gangs seek to dominate existing turf. Again, to gain new turf and benefit from lagers. It is foreseen that this current rate of perpetuation will escalate on the consideration that additional numbers of gangs across the division will inevitably be impacted and hence minded to perpetrate similar acts of intimidation and reprisal. A state of emergency was declared on the 23rd of November 2023 in Clarendon and expanded 6th of December 2023. During this period, the division experienced one shooting incident only. This amounts to a reduction of 100% in murder and 50% in shooting incident over this 14-day period when compared to an equivalent period of time prior to the SOE, during which 3 murders and 2 shooting incidents were recorded. This state of public emergency comes not only as a single act. The government will be attacking gangs in all sections of Jamaica. There were 4 curfews across the southern belt last night in division, the Clarendon division, and in the corporate area. There are multiple operations across the western belt and outside of Kingston in areas where it is known that gangs operate. Several people were detained. The police will have those details. Events of this nature will be met with the full force of the law, and the government will not be shy in taking all steps to provide the police with required powers to do so. An event of this sort will have to go back over a decade to identify such an event. But I recall with some graphic view as it happened in my own constituency, when on one afternoon there were 19 shootings, 11 deaths. The police retaliated with the traditional tools. By Monday morning, there was 27 deaths. I recall very graphically, and I see some of the officers here recall it with, record events of this sort do not leave your mind for life. So we take steps to provide the police with the additional tools to prevent reprisals and counter reprisal. And we will not deter or apologize for such activity. This government is committed to protecting the lives of Jamaicans, all its citizens. We note that, in fact, at the present time, the reduction in major crimes and homicide have been significant. The 17% reduction in homicide, we'll have to go back 20 years to identify any area in which this kind of reduction took place. We also have provided the police with this kind of tools, strong and effective means of intercepting and apprehending violence producers, because today too, we are confident the police is in a much better position than they were a decade ago. They are stronger, they are better equipped, and we have a team of highly professional police officers. The sub-officers and commanding officers on the road today, I am confident, and I know, and they are not police officers in the police force because a job of last resort. They are bright young Jamaicans, experienced officers who are in the police force because they want to be police officers. They are committed to maintaining peace and good order. As a government, we will give them the tools required to be able to be effective against these horrendous criminals who are taking this kind of activity. Today, we have declared a state of emergency in Clarendon. We'll utilize the 14 days, and any discussion of any further activity depends on the situation at the end of the day. But we are confident the police will use these tools, supported by the Jamaica Defense Force, to effectively control the rise of criminal violence in Clarendon. Thank you. And we are now going to call on our Chief of Defense Staff to further explain the action of the mobilization of the security forces. Thank you.
PM, Honorable Prime Minister, other members of the security forces, members of the press, Jamaicans, good morning. As indicated, there will be a state of public emergency for the entire parish of Clarendon. To that effect, the JDF has already postured and is deployed to support this state of public emergency in this space. Our commitment to ensuring that this cowardly act in Clarendon and other criminal activities will be dealt with, and the military capabilities of the Jamaica Defense Force remain available and will be used in full force to support the JCF to bring back order, not only in Clarendon, but to ensure that Jamaicans can feel safe as they do their normal business. We also ask that persons with information call our tip line. The JDF tip line is 876-827-8888. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please forgive my dressing down. Today is a field day for me. However, the brutal killing of 8 innocent Jamaicans, which has prompted the government to mobilize all its resources to respond, is something that I make a priority. And all our security forces, the JCF, JDF, MOCA, our intelligence services, all our security forces have been mobilized in this regard. The Deputy Prime Minister has just given an update on the declaration of a state of public emergency for the parish of Clarendon. This is as a result of our analysis of the intelligence available and the very high probability, indeed, I would go as far as to say, even though it was not said by Acting Commissioner Bailey, attempts at retaliation and reprisals. As Minister Chang pointed out, that when incidents like these have occurred in the past, when you take the accumulated murders that are connected to the initial event, you end up in tens and 20s and 30s. So we are very careful in ensuring that this incident does not spark a string of additional murders, and therefore the implementation of the SOE in Clarendon. The SOE is not designed to be an inconvenience to the citizens, and the security forces will be using this additional power in a very targeted and strategic way. I want to assure the public that our security forces, in as much as we are focused on getting the criminals and those who are responsible, we are also focused on protecting the human rights of our citizens. The rights of the victims, clearly, in my opinion, should take priority, but we also have a duty as a civilized country to show the criminals that we act within the law. So I want that point to be absolutely clear. And you would have seen this in the conduct of the police force in their operations so far. They have been very professional, very strategic, very targeted, and it is not just talk. Talk is important. We must bring the public along. We must share information. The public must be aware of what is happening. But we must also report progress. We must report actions, and we must report challenges. And that is what we have been doing as we try to come to grips with what has happened in our nation. In the last press conference, somebody said, would you describe this as a mass shooting? I would say, if you were to use the language in a semantic way, yes, it is a mass shooting, but mass shootings have a particular connotation. I think a more accurate description that this is armed, organized violence perpetrated by criminal enterprises. So this is a gang-related event, which is over and above what the average would have been. And so we're going to treat it in that way and focus on gangs. We have had the traditional notion that gangs are a social response to poverty, disenfranchisement, unemployment. I would suggest to those persons who hold this view that that is an outdated notion. The gangs that we are dealing with are highly resourced. They are not poor. They are not struggling for money. They operate as an enterprise. They have structure, they have leadership, and they have systems and rules. And I want you to also bear in mind that they operate on intelligence. They study our police force. They use information operations. They use our banking system. They use our telecommunication system. They use social media. They are well structured and well organized. And what they do is that they entrench themselves in communities and take advantage of poor, dispossessed youth. They give them guns. They use them as lookouts. They use them to commit crimes. They use the term, they lock the area. So they take over our young people, our unsuspecting women, and they use them as foot soldiers, as pawns in the game. And that is what we're dealing with. The entrenchment of this kind of organized armed violence is a threat not just to the communities in which they exist, it is a threat to the very stability of the state. When I went to the community of Cherry Tree on Monday, it was heartbreaking. It could be any community. In my own constituency, people play bingo all the time. The bingo table is a place of, social gathering. And this was not a drive-by. These men were deliberate. They stopped their vehicles. They came out and they pursued victims. And they didn't do it in just one location. They left the location where the bingo was at and went to another location and did the same thing. So I want the nation to understand that this is a different level of criminality. You can only describe this as an act of terror. It wasn't carried out by someone who is mentally ill or someone with a social vendetta. This was carried out in the pursuit of a criminal vendetta. It is the use of violence in support of the entrenchment of the power of the gang. It is an act of terror, and it has to be treated in that way, and the public needs to understand the evolving nature of the criminality that we face. And what the government has been doing is building the capacity of our security forces to be able to address this level of criminality. Very instructive for me in visiting the community and speaking with the mother of one of the victims, who was very effusive in her praise for the police force in the area, that they had ongoing patrols. The area was under active police operations. But it is clear that these criminals would have studied the rhythm of the police and took an opportunity. This is the level of criminality that we are dealing with. So I know that there are certain narratives that are usually carried, but I would urge persons to be very careful about how they seek to characterize what is happening here. The JCF, the JDF, MOCA, and all our security apparatus is responding not in the traditional way. We have new modalities and new ways of responding to this. So there may be persons who would be expecting to see mass mobilizations and, mass arrests and all kinds of, no, that's not how the JCF, the JDF, and our security forces operate. We are operating in an information-rich and intelligence-driven strategic environment. That is what we are doing, which is why hours after the incident, Acting Commissioner Bailey can report progress. He can report that 5 persons have been arrested with connections to the incident, with a firearm connected. 1 person has turned himself in. So the impact is there. Now, as it relates to the wider strategy, I want to spend a few minutes on that. The potential for reprisal leads us also to look at other gangs who may be involved. So once we have zeroed in on the gangs that are responsible, we know that the connections and cooperation exists where the gangs that we have zeroed in on may very well subcontract. I hate to use that term, but that's the best way to convey it. They may very well go into collaboration with other gangs to carry out their reprisals. And therefore, our strategic response is not going to be limited only to the gangs we know to be involved, but to a wider area. And therefore, my comments regarding ensuring that there is a wide net around gangs, an attack and assault on gangs and gang culture is very appropriate as a result of this incident. So this is an opportunity for the government to mobilize fully, to have a very serious focus on gangs. And I want to point out that the government has had a long-standing strategy for the last 5 years in tackling gangs. About 5 years ago, we estimated that there were about 400 gangs that were active within our Jamaican space. My last report from the Minister of National Security on Monday was that we are now down to 185 active gangs. But by any measure, having 185 active gangs in our space is still very high. The intention is to bring the gangs down to 0. And it is important, therefore, that the public understands that these gangs that are in your communities, they are not your protectors. They are not your friends. So one of the strategies to erode the gangs is to create an environment where citizens can provide information. It is the information that is going to destroy the network of the gangs and remove the space for gangs to operate in the community. So another action that the government will take in support of promoting an information-rich environment is that we have now established a fund of 25 million Jamaican dollars. The fund is in the Ministry of National Security, and it is focused primarily on this incident. We will provide 6 million Jamaican dollars for information, credible information, and intelligence leading to the arrest and charge of any suspect involved in the killing, particularly those who were involved in pulling the trigger. And that is up to a maximum amount of $1 million per person. Secondly, we will provide $5 million for information aiding in the investigation, arrest, and charge of facilitators of this criminal act, up to a maximum of $1.5 million per person. We're particularly interested in the facilitators and the organizers. The facilitators, those who provided the weapons or gave access to the weapons and ammunition, access to the motor vehicle, organized, made the telephone calls, made the connections. We are particularly interested in those persons. We will give a reward for the provision of information and intelligence leading to the recovery of the firearms that were involved in this killing. We're particularly interested in that and any information on the networks involved in the supply of those firearms. And we will provide $5 million for the supply of information and intelligence resulting in the securing of evidence, any form of evidence, against the gangs that were involved in this operation. Lastly, we will provide a fund of $5 million leading to the arrest and charge for anyone harboring the criminal gangs or their associates, a maximum of $800,000 per person identified. So this is a $25 million fund that is aimed at increasing the pace at which information is flowing in for the investigation. This fund will be under the administration of the Ministry of National Security, and the traditional methods of providing information can be used, but any method that you use to get the information in, once it is forwarded to the Ministry of National Security and the relevant details are available, the payments will be made securely. I wish to remind you of the methods of contact to provide information to the security forces securely. Crime Stop, 311, Police Emergency, 119, the NIB, National Investigation Bureau tip line, 811, MOCA tip line, 888 MOCA tip, that is 838-662-2847. And the JDF tip line, 837-888. Repeat them again. Crime Stop, 311. Police Emergency, 119. The NIB tip line, 811. MOCA, 662-2847. And the JDF tip line, 837-888. So, this administration is taking this act of terror very seriously. It is the second time that I've had to use this term to describe an act of this nature. I would remind the nation of the brutal killing which took place in St. James, where a criminal used a high-powered weapon, opened fire on a public passenger transport vehicle, which killed 3 persons, including 2 school children. We used a similar strategy of mobilizing the community, deployment of a state of public emergency, focused and targeted information, and within weeks, we were able to bring those responsible to justice. I'm expecting that we will have similar, if not better results, in fact, more impactful results as we respond to this. And as I close my presentation, I will say that we cannot allow murders to become normalized in our country. And therefore, there must be a very strong response to these kinds of incidents. Thank you.
And thank you to the team for your presentations. We're now going to open up to the media. As we said earlier, there are many of you who are here. I know many of you have questions. We will ask you to keep it to one question. And the PM does have to go out of town, as you said, in terms of the way he's dressed. And I invite you all to be up here. CDS, you too, as we take the first question. Naomi?
Good morning, Kimon Francis from the Gleaner. Prime Minister, what message of fear can the state reasonably send to criminals when those behind bars can orchestrate murders still? And are considerations on the table for a new maximum security facility?
Thank you for that question, Kimon. The government is not in the business of spreading fear. What the government is in the business of is ensuring that our security apparatus is robust and that those persons who would consider crime would have to consider the quick and swift and effective response of the security apparatus. And that can only come by being calculating, by being strategic, and by being studied in our approach. In other words, the government has to create a security environment that changes the risk reward for criminal action. Fear, I'm sure, can do it, but fear, the creation of fear, also creates fear in citizens. And so we want to be very cautious. This is not about creating fear in our citizens. We want our citizens to have confidence in the security forces, and we want the criminals to have to think twice before they act. Risk reward must change. And that's what we've been doing in all that we have done. In fact, what we have done here today changes the risk reward nature of any crime that may be considered following from this initial action. Are we considering legislative measures, and are we considering the construction of a new prison? The legislative measures are already underway. We have made amendments to the Corrections Act to increase penalties for contraband. I will allow the minister to explain where we are with the new Corrections Act, but there is a new Corrections Act being drafted. As it relates to the construction of a new prison facility, yes, we have actually had many discussions. We actually have draft plans. The issue, of course, is the budgetary constraints. There are many demands on the budget. Building a new prison would certainly draw quite a bit of political attention as to whether or not that is wise use of funds when we need new hospitals, new schools, roads, and all the other issues. So we have to be very careful as a government how we make these kinds of fiscal allocations. But I'm thinking now, obviously, and in the consciousness of the public, that clearly there needs to be more modern prison facilities where we can effectively cut off the communication and the contact of prisoners. So the contemplation that we have and that we have started to develop plans, I believe, CDS, you might want to say a few words on the plans that we have, is really focused on how we can build a high security facility where these kinds of criminal masterminds can be effectively separated from the society.
Question? Good morning, Kelisha Williams, Television Jamaica. After Monday's press conference, there was a video circulating on social media with an individual, masked individual, issuing threats towards the Prime Minister. Can you say, DCP Bailey, in regards to how the police have been treating that incident?
We have identified the individual. It's somebody who has been on our radar before, and efforts are now being made to take him into custody. The investigation is well advanced.
Zara Burton here with 18 Degrees North. I would like to ask the Prime Minister about the U.S. involvement. Has the U.S. reached out regarding this issue of Cherilyn? Additionally, has the U.S. reached out on the now upgraded number of the illicit 8 versus the illicit 6? What has the U.S. said in each case? And also, if you could just give a feedback as to whether they've reached out, excuse me.
Yesterday, I had discussions with the U.S. ambassador. He passed on his condolences to the family and assured us of the support of the U.S. government in whatever way they could meaningfully assist. I don't like to speak too much on the collaborations because that could have an impact on ongoing investigations and operations. But suffice to say that the United States has been and continues to be one of our most important partners in the fight against crime and the illegal trafficking of weapons and contraband into the region. We have a very robust cooperation with them.
Question, sir, and then we'll wrap. Alicia?
Well, I really wanted to hear from Dr. Chang regarding the New Corrections Act, but further on Monday, you said that there were some gangs who were collaborating in the matter. So I wanted to know if you're any closer to saying which those are.
Thank you. First, the new correction is in the drafting stage. We have, in fact, put on the table, of course, the new corrections policy, which provides the framework for the development of new legislation. It's something that we expect it will not conclude in this parliament year, but in the next parliament year, we should be able to bring the new corrections out. Important in ensuring we have the required legislative framework to manage effectively the individuals incarcerated and jailed. But also add that it is not that it's not without control. We, in fact, monitor the activities of these prisoners, not only by investigating and removing contraband from the prison, but the police monitors carefully. That's why some of the intelligence, without going into details, are able to identify beforehand, intercept, and sometimes save the lives of some of the very criminals who are involved. So work is done to manage the situation quite effectively, but they will slip occasionally.
Our final question then, Mahiri.
Morning, Mahiri Stewart from Nationwide News. So following the shooting incident in Clarendon, the opposition leader Mark Golding stated that, quote, there have been several instances of multiple killings in Clarendon in recent years, with this one being the most egregious. I stand ready to cooperate with the government to achieve bipartisan action to come to grips with this utterly untenable situation. My question is, what is your response to this indication from the opposition leader that the opposition is willing to cooperate with the government in this fight against crime?
My initial reaction was that I always thought that they have said they were willing to cooperate. Is on the legislative agenda. Listen, I don't take the view that there is anyone in Jamaica who wants to see crime get out of hand. I come to the table with the perspective that everyone is a patriot looking to ensure the best for Jamaica. So I understand the positions of persons who may oppose the positions that I hold. The curious thing is that when roles are changed, then those persons who oppose the position I hold now adopt the position. So it says that sometimes the positions that are held are more strategic than genuine. And I think what Jamaica needs now is genuine partnership, not strategic partnerships for political advantage, but genuine partnership. I keep making the case that in 2017, when murders were rising, the opposition genuinely supported the government in the use of SOEs. In other words, the government could not extend the SOEs beyond 14 days without the opposition voting for it. Policies changed. The opposition changed their position and did not support the SOE. So it took away that tool from the government. There are those who will be making comments, which I pay attention to, I read them all the time. It's a government's responsibility. Obviously, it's a government's responsibility. But remember the nature of our democracy. We keep saying we have this strong and robust democracy, but not understanding what it means. That yes, even the opposition has a role, and our constitution gives them power. No one is holding them to account as to how they use the power that they have in the constitution. That is the nature of our democracy and our government. You know, I don't think there is any one who is stronger on supporting our democracy than I am, and ensuring that this is a free country and everyone can have their freedom of expression and freedom of assembly and freedom of movement. But increasingly, I'm seeing people who are the strongest advocates for this liberal democracy telling me that I need to do what President Bukele did in El Salvador, without fully understanding then that Jamaica's constitution and Jamaica's democracy is quite different from El Salvador. But there are measures between what we have now and what El Salvador has put in that if we could come to genuine agreement on, it would give us more tools in our toolbox. So we have been talking about the ESMA, the Enhanced Security Measures Act. And it has gone through several iterations, and it is in its current state, it is evolved I believe, into a workable solution. So before, the original iteration of the ESMO was to create a more streamlined version of the SOE. We have moved away from that. We're not trying to create a version of the SOE for which, there is a devolved authority to the Prime Minister to declare without the oversight of Parliament. So that's not what we are interested in. Because the challenges that we face and that we need to attack are not necessarily geographical in nature. The criminals are mobile, and so we don't really need to be able to declare an SOE in a particular area to address the criminal threat. What we need is to have measures that are declared against persons who match a particular set of criteria and parameters. So we need to be able to have the designation of persons and have measures targeted to them. We need to be able to have control measures that the courts can put in place to control those persons who have been designated. We need to be able to detain, and that is where the big difference is, I believe, between the government and the opposition. And it's not a difference that I think is insurmountable. We have had discussions before as to what can happen, but there are constitutional issues about the ability to separate known threat actors from communities. Let's face it, all the gangs that we have profiled and we have information on, this is not abstract. It's people. The intelligence services, the police, they have a list of persons based upon intelligence. The question is that intelligence actionable as evidence? And oftentimes it is not. But the intelligence can be graded. It's strong, it's good intelligence. But that intelligence needs to be supervised by a judicial body. Because let's face it, what we wouldn't want in our society is to give the government a power to designate, and then for frivolous political reasons, we start to widely designate people who we don't like. So there has to be checks and balance. And I think that's where the big difference is between us and the opposition. What is the nature of that check and balance to ensure that these extra powers are not used in ways that could be dangerous to our society and become a threat to our liberal democracy? The conversation continues. I always welcome whenever the leader of the opposition says that they are willing to cooperate. So we will take them up on the offer and see what is possible. But of course, it's not just the leader of the opposition, it's all sectors of the society. What are we as a society prepared to tolerate for the safety of every Jamaican? That's what it really comes down to. My role is to lead the conversation, and opportunities like this gives the platform on which the narrative and the conversation can be widened.
Thank you, PM. Thank you, DPM. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Press conference from Jamaica House. Prime Minister of Jamaica, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang. They said they have put aside in the Ministry of National Security 25 million Jamaican dollars to fight this.
Good morning once again, everyone. May we ask when you exit, if you could exit to the right, use the right section. The Prime
Let me
Minister will
take
just be
this
doing
off.
a quick
Okay.
interview for all angles.
Yes. As I was saying, that they put aside $25 million to fight this horrendous crime in Clarendon. My thing is this, that I didn't hear anything from the Prime Minister pertaining to the drug bust in Barbican, how much $1 billion cocaine bust in Barbican. He said nothing about the gun down of a well-known businessman in the upper class of society in Jamaica. He said nothing more. He said nothing in that press conference. Neither him, nor the Deputy Prime Minister, nor the Deputy Commissioner of Police. And by the way, people are asking, why is Fitz Bailey acting as commissioner? He is the Deputy Commissioner of Police. Havendale, thank you. Havendale. He is the Deputy Commissioner of Police, so he can act as Commissioner of Police, of course. You know, those are the questions that the Jamaican people need to ask the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security. They said nothing pertaining to that. And if they are having a press conference to the people of this country, then I believe that the press conference should come with whatever is going on in the country. Huh? That is my takeaway from this. I don't know where Blake is. How should I know where Blake is? You know? Those are the questions we must ask ourselves. And we must ask the questions. A state of public emergency is issued. Yes. We must ask the questions. If you're having a press conference to address the Jamaican people, and indeed the Jamaican diaspora, the members of the Jamaican diaspora who lives overseas heard about a multi-billion-dollar drug bust, and the leader of the country and the minister, that is why I keep on calling the Minister of National Insecurity. And that is why I call and I don't apologize who want to say I'm disrespecting, that's their business. The Commissioner of Police, the twiddly dum-dum Commissioner of Police, and the Minister of National Insecurity. 2 times or 3 times since this year, a hell of a drug bust happened in the country. And you hear nothing from these people. Not one single thing from these people you hear. So what is going on? Let me take this thing off here. One moment for me, please. I'm going to take off this thing here. You know? You hear nothing. Absolutely nothing from these people. It cannot continue like this in this country. And the journalists, the only journalist I sit there who asked a very serious question was Zara Burton from 18 Degrees North. Zara asked a very serious question. The Prime Minister and all of them didn't even say to the people, you know, we had a drug bust in whatever, but I hear what's going on, you know. It is rumored, it is alleged that the man who was gunned down in Barbican, the businessman was gunned down in Barbican in front of his daughter. He was gunned down by police officers. That's what I was told. It is alleged that he was gunned down by police officers. Let me get this thing out of the way here. Let me stop this thing right here. Yes. And the cocaine that was there, that they found, it has some link to the people of the Vumvavant and the Vumvavi in Upper St. Andrew, in the upper heights of Havendale. Why is it that the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security is hiding something from the Jamaican people? You all are coming out, putting up front because a gruesome crime happened. What about the cocaine bus in this country, Prime Minister Holness? You know, so I never plan to come on yet, you know. Because I have to do some research. But I have to speak about this because it's the second time this Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security and Fitz come on air and do not address the elephant in the room of a multi-billion-dollar drug bust in this country. You hear nothing from these people. What is going on? What will take us far in this country? A bunch of nincompoop with no sense? Huh? You are having a press conference. Everybody gear up for a press conference. Every single soul in Jamaica who listen to these people and who listen to news, gear up for a press conference. Yes, we must attack what is going on in Clarendon and around the country. But you people have plane landing in Rocky Point in Clarendon. You hear nothing about it. A multi-billion-dollar drug bus at the Ian Flemings International Airport. You hear nothing from the Prime Minister, nothing from the Minister of National Insecurity. It happened again a couple of days ago, where a Jamaican, whatever he was involved with, I don't know, was gunned down. And you hear nothing from the Prime Minister pertaining to the multi-billion-dollar drug bust. You hear nothing from the Minister of National Insecurity. You hear nothing from Fitz. What the dickens is going on in this country? Two plane land, or one plane land in St. Elizabeth. All they can hear, the occupants of the plane disappear. When they disappear to nobody don't know. Now, what you're doing to make the Jamaican people feel that you're working, you have allocated 25 million Jamaican dollars to fight this gruesome crime. Yet, a multi-billion-dollar cocaine bust in the country. And you hear nothing from the leaders of the country. Unless there's something wrong somewhere. Unless there's something that smells good. Huh? Something that smells good somewhere. In which modern democracy can you have a press conference? And how much billion-dollar of cocaine was seized in this country? And the leader of the country don't address the situation? What are these people hiding? What are these people truly hiding? He never answers Zara Burton's question either. And it's so true. They dance around Zara's question. And the Prime Minister of Jamaica is well known of doing those things, you know. The dance around the questions. These are the things that I will come on YouTube and speak about. Issues facing the people of our country. A multi-billion-dollar cocaine bust. And you having a press conference. And I bet you before the weekend you have another press conference, you hear nothing about it. I bet you any money, before the weekend, this prime minister has another press conference, and you hear nothing about the multi-billion-dollar cocaine bust. A well-known businessman in Havendale was gunned down. Whether he was in it or a part of any cocaine, I don't know. You don't hear nothing about that either. The Ian Flemings International Airport, maybe 2-3 years ago, or a year ago, a multi-billion-dollar cocaine bust, you hear nothing from the authorities in this country about it. And yet they're spending billions and billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They're also getting billions of dollars from donor countries like the United States. Huh? What are they hiding? And the American government must stop donor funds to Jamaica and find out what is going on. 2 multi-billion-dollar cocaine bust in Jamaica was interrupted by police. And you don't hear nothing. Is it that the JSF is as corrupt as the government of Jamaica? Why should Mark Golding make any statement pertaining to the cocaine bust? The Prime Minister is the Prime Minister of this country, is the leader of the country. What is going on in this country here? You can have a press conference at the People's House because Jamaica also belongs to Andrew Holness, Fitz Bailey, nor Horace Chang. It's the People's House. And you're having a press conference, Prime Minister Holness. And you said nothing about the cocaine bust that happened in the country a couple of days ago. And some of these journalists that is there, and I'm afraid to ask questions because you know why? They work for some media houses where their boss is in the back pocket of government officials in this country. And that is why when they have these press conferences, and I get their Zoom link, they don't allow me to come on their Zoom. Because every time they have press conferences, I get a link to go on and I can't go on. A big multi-billion-dollar cocaine drugs bust in this country. And 2 opportunities present itself for the leaders of this country. The Minister of National Insecurity, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and you hear nothing from them. You hear nothing from the Commissioner of Police. And the question we have to ask you, when there is a situation comes on to the police in the state of Florida, let's use that as an example. You never say Ron DeSantis rather come out and start speak over the Commissioner of Police or whatever it is. You don't see the mayor do that. The Prime Minister of Jamaica is the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Health, the Minister of National Insecurity. What the dickens is going on? Everything the Prime Minister is involved in. Hold on a while for me, please. Don't go anywhere. Stand by, make it the thing here working. Don't move, please. Yes. I don't understand this. You have press conference. A crime was committed in Havendale where a multi-billion-dollar cocaine bust. You heard about a man who was gunned down at his business place, a well-known businessman in this country. Not because I may know the man, or I wouldn't say I know him. I've met him once at his business place. I don't know him. 8 Jamaicans were murdered. I mean, 11 Jamaicans were murdered because they're hiding the truth. Were murdered in Clarendon. You have a big press conference about that. You don't hear about the cocaine bust that happened. What the dickens is going on here? Hold on a while for me, please. Hello? I'm live. Yeah, I'm live on here. Hold on. Hold on for me, please. Hold on. I'm trying to get. I have a call here. I'm trying to get this thing working here. Are you hearing me now?
I don't just send. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Go ahead, head boy. Oh Lord, it's gone again, head boy. Hold on, head boy. Let me take this off here. Hold on. Hold on for me, head boy. Go ahead.
You hear me on the phone. You hear me now?
What are you saying, sir? Go ahead.
Right. I'm saying if you want to send me the link and let me get it.
Let me send you the link. It's much better for me. Let me send you the link. Yes, hold on for me. Yes, my good friend head boy want to come on in here. Let me get the link over to him. One moment for me, please. As I said, we were planning to just do the press conference and then go on to something else and come back on. But this is a hot topic that we have to speak about, man. You can have a press conference. Huh? And you hear nothing about a multi-billion-dollar cocaine bust. You hear nothing about the man who was gunned down. You hear nothing about certain other crimes in the country. But you can find $25 million of taxpayers' money. Something not smell good, yeah. Something don't smell good. Something is smelling stink. Something is smelling stink somewhere. Why all of a sudden the PM and the Minister of National Security can find how much $1 million? Yes, the people that need answers for what happened to their family members in Clarendon. And so is the people of this country. They need answers too. They need answers too from the Prime Minister of National Security. Why is it that there's so much cocaine bust in Jamaica? And we don't hear you saying nothing about it, Prime Minister Holness. We don't hear you saying one single thing about it, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Fitz, or the Commissioner. We're not hearing the Minister of National Security. We're not hearing nobody about it. Nobody we're hearing anything from. But yet, you can have press conference. And the press conference is about a multi-million dollars, $25 million you find. You have found $25 million in the kitty somewhere in the Ministry of National Insecurity. And when you find it, you say, okay, you're going to give the Ministry of National Security. We're going to have Head Boy joining us pretty soon. You don't give to the Ministry of National Security the money to help to fight the crime. Let me see if I can find back what he said. Let me see if they put it up on his thing yet. You find how much millions of dollars already. Don't take us for a bunch of idiots, you know. By the way, I want to in the same breath as well, I can hear here, my condolence to the family of the late Andrea Moore, attorney at law, and also caretaker for, I think it's Portland West, in Portland, yes. I know Miss Moore very well. I have the pleasure of sitting down on many occasions to talk to her. We have lost a daughter of the soil. She died last night of battling an illness. My condolences to the Moore's family. Ed Boy, welcome to the program.
Welcome, welcome. I mean, thank you for welcoming me. I am so confused and by this press conference. I believe the only thing in this, Jeffrey, they're right about this, that it's a con.
Something not right here, man.
But let me in joining you on that sad note, extend condolences to the Moore family. Yes, the Moore family and I go way back. From her father to herself to her many brothers. I want to expect Steve Moore. I want to extend my deepest sympathies of condolences to Andrea. I remember when Andrea, the little boy, ran in 2007 in what is now West Rural St. Andrew. Yes, and she was at our home. She had our support. She had the support of the people of Belvedere at the time, and I was so surprised, shocked that she didn't beat Gallimore in that election. But she has always been a stalwart of strength to the young people. She has been given, their business places on Agley Park Road.
That's where I know her from.
Exactly. So I want to commend them for the contribution the family has made to the island, and just to say I wish God's greatest speediest recovery in this time of their sympathies. It's really a sad situation. I didn't expect, and she's such a beautiful woman, by the way. I want to tell people, every time I used to see Miss Moore, I used to commend her. I used to say, Miss Moore, your new name is Forever Young. She always looked forever young. And so
yes.
I want to remember her in a good light, not in a bad light.
Yes.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Head boy, let us go back to this press conference here that just happened a while ago at the People's House on Hope Road. The Prime Minister came out. It seems as if the Prime Minister is the Minister of National Security too. Huh?
The Prime Minister is the what?
It seems that the Prime Minister is the Minister of National Security also.
Let me tell you something, Jeffrey. Before you go in that video, let me help you. The Prime Minister is looking political mileage from this. The very first day, him come with him boring argument, take for yourself. Yeah? Then the next meeting him say something with somebody. I said, the man realize this is a serious moment. You can't be comedic in serious time. So what he's looking for is sound bites. This is a sound bite, PM.
But and they have a press conference on Monday, an emergency press conference because they had an emergency NSC meeting,
yes,
Security Council meeting. and then have a press conference this morning. And you hear nothing about the cocaine in Havendale.
You will never hear anything about it. Go on, hold your breath. Have you heard anything about the one that was found in basketball 2 years ago?
Nothing at all.
Okay, so go on, hold your breath. And let me explain something about that basketball one quickly.
Yes.
And expose the nastiness of how nasty these people are. Information coming to me, yeah, is that when the situation occurred at Ian Fleming, right? The pilots were coming from Bahamas. You hear what I said?
Mm-hmm.
They were coming from Bahamas. They landed their plane. They left the airport. I am told they went and they spoke to the narcotics division of St. Mary. Yeah. They went down there. They spoke to the police officers. Remember now, these pilots were let they come off the compound totally. Yeah. All of a sudden, we're told that these bags were handed over to the police, or the police find these bags. By the way, my information is that these guys were DEA agents. That's what they told them. Because if they were not DEA agents, why wasn't the plane seized?
Good question.
In any incidences, and remember me not be able to aviation. That's what I used to do for a living. Yeah, that is why Sir Finzi and I could speak the way which we speak, because we know we have been in the system. And I'm telling you, Jeffrey, that there's two things. One, somebody in Jamaica is lying. These guys are not DEA agents. I have done my check. And they lied to the security apparatus at Ian Fleming, telling them they were DEA agents. If these were DEA agents, why haven't we seen a report, a communique from the US Embassy saying that it was an operation? Because DEA agents cannot carry out operations in people's country without informing the national security apparatus.
Something is not adding up.
I can't tell you what is adding up. You want me to give you the commonality in all of these finds in the Evandale and with the Ian Fleming?
Mm-hmm.
Find out who won the house of Evandale, and then you will see. Then you will know the commonality.
Wow.
And is that house a former member of parliament house?
Former who?
I've said no more. Does the house belong to a former member of parliament?
You mean where the cocaine was? Where the cocaine bus was?
Yes.
Of what side? The Labour Party side or the PNP side?
Is that Jeffrey? You want me to give out people name now? Because if I say that, then you will know, then the entire Jamaica will know who owns the house. So I will not respond to that.
No. You said Havendale, and I'm asking if it's a farmer, if it's from the PNP or the JLP side.
I said the man is a former member of the house. That's all I will say. You never hear me tightly by anything like this, Jeffrey. You never hear me like this. Me's one man afraid to talk. Huh? So do your homework, do your research, and see if it is saying what I'm saying.
Somebody was asking me in the chat room here if the Minister of National Security is the Commissioner of Police. No. The Minister of National Security is the Minister of National Security. Fitz is the Deputy Commissioner of Police. And he can also act as the Commissioner because he's the Deputy. Wrong or right, head boy?
Yes, but what they're doing, he's the head of crime. Yeah? However, on a national level like this, where is the commissioner?
Maybe the commissioner is off on vacation, Jeffrey, behave yourself.
Vacation?
Yes.
Let me tell you something, man. This is something I want to address with this current commissioner, right? This man, Jeffrey, has made himself a puppet on a string. Let me repeat myself. I mean, not hold down my mouth and talk. Yeah?
Yes. Hold on there for me. I have with me my good friend, security strategist security consultant, Sir Robert Finzi Smith. Sir Smith, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
MD for life. How are you?
I am here sitting a little bewitched. I'm wondering if it's just mischievous. My mind is mischievous, or I'm looking for things, or I heard what I heard.
Yes.
Did you hear during the conference the lady from 18 degrees north?
Yes.
Asked a specific set of questions molded into what?
Yes.
And to use the terminology that they were skirted around is being kind.
Until now, the Prime Minister haven't answered her, you know.
No, not to
Well,
my.
I missed that aspect of it because I'd gone. What was the
I can't remember the question that Zara asked him. Finzi, you remember?
Not in its entirety.
Could you find it, Jeffrey? Could you find it? Because
no, it is on this same thing here because I haven't switched over and signed out, you know. I'm using the same platform here. So I'm searching for it on another device that I have here. Continue.
All right.
She somehow managed to ask him in terms of illicit enrichment.
Right.
If recent development could be tied towards the illicit enrichment and cocaine fines and this type of thing. I don't think he could have heard her.
So was there a question? He heard her, you know. What was the question asked? That all those put in plain, simple, plain common terms. She's asking why are these high-rise buildings going up? Does it have any relation with this flow of the talcum powder?
She never quite put it that way, but you didn't need a long ruler to make the attachment.
About the talcum powder? About the powder, Sir Finzi?
She didn't quite spell out the powder. But if you didn't pick up what she was asking, you're obtuse.
Let me ask this question though, Sir Smith. You as a security, there's something I want to find here to play for you also, because my program this morning was supposed to be on terrorism, you know. And that is why I really wanted Finzi to come in. But maybe what I should do is wait until afternoon and do the terrorism part. But I want to ask Sir Robert Finzi Smith this question though. Based on what you're hearing from Fitz Bailey and the Minister of National Security, and now they have come out with a $25 million fund to give out to people who can give information. So many other Jamaicans have been murdered in this country, Robert Finzi. Prime example, the man in Havendale was murdered a couple of days ago. You hear nothing from the Prime Minister, you hear nothing from the Minister of National Security. You hear nothing from Fitzbill.
It wasn't Havendale, it was Shortwood Road.
Yeah, Shortwood Road, rather, yes. Is it that these people are hiding from the Jamaican people?
I don't know. Or it could be construed that the citizen who was killed was not of sufficient importance to construe a release. I don't know. I am not trying to attribute any level of more importance than the person deserves.
Right.
But let us just look at it this way. It's a businessman of long standing. Well known. I think the initial headline was well known.
Yes.
a landowner, an operator of a number of buildings and other thing, a race car driver. I don't want to go here, but what the hell? Of a complexion that, if not white, nearly white, which usually carries a lot of weight in this country. And at his business place in almost broad daylight. And it is usually the type of thing where the private sector organization would be up in arms. Other people of business acumen would be up in arms because they should suddenly start to feel exposed more than normal. Nothing.
Not a word in English.
Not at. So is there something about this citizen that confines him to the pages of someone I used to know? Is it politically incorrect to associate yourself with despair and disgust that is untimely passing based on antecedents we may not be privy to? But be that as it may, is a citizen of this country with children, family, killed in front of his business place from reasons as yet unknown. And if you pardon the very bad pun, gun don't fire about it.
Not a word in English.
Sir Finzi.
Yes, sir.
Before you got on, I was saying something to Jeffrey in relation to, I think 2 years ago there was a fine at Ian Fleming, right?
Yes, sir.
Now my information that I have garnered on the ground there is that when the plane arrived, the day it arrived from Bahamas, yes, came there were 2 pilots on the plane. There were no packs, as there was no passengers, right? The pilots indicated that they're going on the road, and they went. They alerted. I'm told they alerted the police. They didn't alert the police on the airport, which was strange because the government just spent about 30 or 40 million dollars bill up a new police station there, right? Which is supposed to be a narcotics post. So that didn't add up. Secondly, they left the airport, the plane was closed, and then they came back after. When they came back now is when we're told, is when the narcotics division came up and they said they found the bags wherever they found them. But what is strange, right? This plane, they're saying the thing was on the plane. This is what the pilot saying, you know, they seized the things were on the plane. They intercepted some communication and pick up the thing. Why was the plane allowed to leave? In your experience, have you ever heard drugs being seized on an aircraft and the aircraft leave the jurisdiction?
No, but you see, you're missing another point.
And yeah, that's why I'm asking you. Go ahead, Finzi.
Who is the plane registered to?
My information, let me help you. My information is that the plane is registered to, because these guys are saying, you know, let me be plain to you, and then go around the car. They're saying that this was a DA operation. Yes? And they're saying that the DA intercepted the communication, and what they did was to hire these 2 guys who are DA agents to become pilot. Yeah? But you're right. Who does the plane belong to?
Exactly.
A seasoned captain. A seasoned captain. And I know you know what I'm talking, right? His question was, if this is not a DA operation, why wasn't the plane seized? So I think we need, because I am seeing some sort of connectivity between Evandale and this issue.
But I come back to a point I have been trying to make, and apparently I am flying a kite in a storm. The My thing is, if you go to a pharmacy and you pick up a bottle of aspirin, and I pick up a bottle of aspirin in another pharmacy, I can usually tell you, apart from the brand, I can usually tell you if they were of the same batch because
Yes,
it's printed. And the
exactly.
chemical process used to create the item is usually in such a stage that a batch, say, let us just hypothetically say batch 245, may have the same type of properties, but it would be different from batch 567. That's how they keep track of stuff in the pharmaceutical world. Because the processes, while similar, can differ. That's how they keep track of drugs that
Yeah,
need expiry date, all that.
everything has its
Similarly,
mark. Uh-huh.
in cocaine, how they put together cocaine in, say, Peru, as against Colombia,
Colombia.
as
Yes,
against Mexico.
yes.
If you do the testing, you can usually tell whether the batch you find here came out of Mexico, or came out of Colombia, or came out of Peru. Have we tested to see if the cocaine we have been recovering come from the same batch?
Right.
It would then tell you the origin of the cocaine.
Well, I can help you with the little I know in relation to this and the sensitive information that was given to me. Was that the same time when this fine was done at Ian Fleming? Little bit
Hmm.
there was one at the Kingston Wharves. Yeah?
Yeah.
And the security apparatus said it's the same duffel bags, it's the same packaging. Because I can explain, as you have just said, in each country, whether it's Mexico, Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela, each of them have their own trademark, their own mark, their own unique way of producing. If you're
Hmm.
in Ecuador, if you go down to Ecuador, you might get 95 to 100% purity. Yeah,
Hmm.
so depending on what, and they each have a mark.
Hmm.
My information is that it is the same duffel bags, the same packaging that was found at Ian Fleming was the same packaging found at Kingston Wharves. Same packaging with the
Okay.
same logo, with the same logo. Because these guys, for example, if you're talking about, I've had a little understanding of the cartels. So if you're talking about the Mexican cartels, they have their own mark. They
Hmm.
have, if you're talking about the Juarez, if you're talking about the Sinaloa, they each have a unique mark that they use. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
then that's their way of that's their logistical tracking. Yeah.
Also, there are marks on it to tell you what it's like. They work almost like FedEx. There's a mark on it that tell you what its destination is supposed to be.
Exactly. So I'm just saying it's quite ironical that the same packaging, the same everything, the same mark on the bag, the same mark on the product was what was is the said thing that was found at the Ian Fleming. And I'd love to see the correlation between the Ian Fleming fine, Kingston Wives fine, and the Evandale. And I can guarantee you, this is my opinion now, I can guarantee you, and I'll be willing to put my money on the line, that it's the same source.
I don't disbelieve you. The only thing that puzzles me now is the Ian Fleming. Was the product to be picked up or was it dropped here?
My friend, the product came right after the plane. The police, my information, the narcotics is not being totally truthful. Yeah, it
Hmm.
came. The product, the bags were taken off the plane. What they did, they took the bags off the plane and lined them out along the what would we call now the ramp.
The
Yeah,
tarmac. Yeah.
the tarmac. Right. Because remember now they just did a new project down there where they separated incoming versus transit versus arrivals, right?
Hmm.
So
Mhm.
right along the backside of the transit, near into the fuel farm. Yeah, and I know you know where I'm talking.
Yeah, man.
It's right along that area they found them. But their plane left. So when they found them, the DA agents had gone about them business, the guys who they claim to be DA agents had gone about them business them time. So it's them take it off the plane and put it out there.
Here's my prayer, because my thing is this.
Yeah.
If your flight plan says you come out of Bahamas,
Mm-hmm.
and the majority of that product is usually destined
For the
for
US.
consignees in the US.
Mm-hmm.
If you had it in the Bahamas, that's like me going to your front door and then turning and going to Crossroads and saying, I come to you.
Exactly. And that is why I'm saying to the information I received, I said to the person, this doesn't make sense. Because why would a DEA agent be in Bahamas, which is less than 20 minutes via flight to the Keys of Florida? Yeah?
Mhm.
Why
Mhm.
wouldn't you continue en route to the US? And that is why I'm saying this matter needs a commission of inquiry. And let me tell you why, Finzi. Because I believe that the Jamaican authorities, particularly in the narcotics, and I'll say it with no fear, that there is some collusion in this matter. Because the only way you can clear up collusion is by giving people information.
Has it ever occurred to you? I'm going to be hesitant to say this one. Has it ever occurred to you why the Port Security Corps
Mhm.
has not been utilized to the extent of what its stated function is?
Yes, of course it has occurred to me because if the port security was supposed to be doing its fulfilling its full role, a lot of these fines, a lot of these things would have been dealt with. But there are players in this administration, and I'll say so, 'cause I'm not afraid. There are players in this administration whom are benefiting from not having port security being fully recognized. Remember, the only minister of this administration that truly believed in the work and the effort of the port security was former Minister Mike Henry.
Yes. But you see, it was all. Boy. Okay.
Let us move away from this one, because this one kind of sensitive.
Why I'm asking these questions
Mhm.
is that in security, private security,
Right.
do you know the easiest way to be on post and not be complicit or said to be complicit with something that went wrong? You go to the bathroom, nature call, you answer the call, and during your sojourn in the bathroom, something happened.
Right.
So you usually find a situation where they want people who can take laxatives,
Yes.
and they set up the situation that allows this to happen. With the
That.
Port Security Corps, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it was a little difficult. So
Mhm.
let me take you to the wharf.
Right.
There's a unit, I don't know if it still exists.
1 second, I'm gonna mute my mic. I'll be listening. I just got a call. I'm gonna be listening. Yeah.
There's a unit, I don't know if it still exists, that does CCTV coverage on the wharf. I am being told that certain members of it are being cashiered, for want of a better word, because of, I don't know, qualification bars. But they're the people who have been finding stuff. Other people take credit, but they're the people who have been finding stuff.
Right.
So I'm
And they
asking,
get the worst treatment as workers. Right.
yes, some of
This
them are
tourism,
former KDF.
yes, this tourism pension. Look at what has happened to even the port security officers. This tourism pension issue. Yeah. Do you know that there are officers at port security who are working for the government who are going home and they're not going home with a pension plan?
Yeah.
These are people who are part of our security apparatus of our country. Not only that, and I'll say this to the public because it's one thing with me enough, Finzi. People don't like me because they go and say me open fridge. Yeah? But an attempt was made in 2012, right? To convince then Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller. And who want to vex with me when I talk now, vex. I don't care. Because I not beg nobody nothing. Right? And a group, a company, one of the largest security company in Jamaica, you can think who call themselves, so it's up to them. Right? He used this connection as a relative, as an in-law of a cabinet minister. Me I say so, you know. I mean, no, now some people go and vex, but me not care.
Leave Westman alone.
Right? And he went to the prime minister, right? And they were fighting over poor Portia, right? We will carry you in our jet. We will at one point it was the gas company that was doing the same. Me not afraid to talk, you know. And when he went to the prime minister and had the meeting, a close friend of mine got wind of it. And they went to the PM and told her, no, you cannot do this. Because their intention was at that time in 2012, 2013 was to remove port security totally from the airports to do what they wanted to do. And I'm saying now, in light of this, if we don't deal with these issues, we're going to go back on the FATF list. So we need to remove the private security apparatus from the airports and put in the government. And why wouldn't the government control all of that? And we have to tell airlines, no, you can't tell us you want private security to work at dealing with your baggage. No.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I won't tell you how most people don't appreciate things that are Jamaican because if it's not foreign, it don't make sense. That if you want acknowledgement, leave our shores, go abroad. Don't do anything more than you're doing here and come back and you will receive accolades. I used to be the director of security for the JFF, the chairman. So I traveled with most of the team.
Right.
And during traveling, you're going through TSA. And one of the guys looked at my ID when we're being processed. And I had amongst my IDs, my Port Security Corps qualification IDs.
Right.
And he said to me, Port Security Corps, Jamaica? I said, yeah. He says, what do you do there? I said, well, I'm the managing director. Oh, this God said, can I get a job down there? Some say, excuse me. Because it's strange to me, a man in the big United States of America in the TSA wants a job in Jamaica at Port Security Corps. And I said, why would you do that? He says, because you guys have a reputation. You're good. And I said, okay. And then it struck me. TSA was built on the skeleton framework of Port Security
Corps. Yes.
And I am looking at it and saying, if we have this kind of rep and talent that people in the United States system want to join us, why aren't we being utilized the way we should be utilized? Well, the rest is history. So I'm wondering that somebody or some people may have conspired to quote the game.
All right. So Smith. And the Jamaica Constable Force is saying that over $1 billion of cocaine over $1 billion of cocaine was seized since January. And I don't think it's over $1 billion, it's more than that. Your views on that, Smith? Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you an anecdotal story. Do with it what you will. A group of policemen are on patrol in a rural area. They go up a hillside and find a hut. Ensconced within is a Rastaman. The fittest of them, young constable, arrives and says, Rastaman, you see, make me walk up this entire hill to come hold you with 50 pound of ganja. The next one comes up behind him and says, what's going on here? The boy, you want to come find this Rastaman with 25 pound of ganja. The next person who makes it to the hilltop, that being as fit as the rest, so what's going on here? And the two of them turn to him and say, boss, we catch this Rastaman with 10 pound of ganja. By the time the inspector who is traveling with them makes his way to the top, so what's happening here? Everybody who is in the hut at that time said, boss, he wants to catch this man with a split. I hope the analogy is not wasted on you.
Wow. Head boy,
I'm here, my friend.
based on all of this, Sir Smith, this morning a press conference happened at Jamaica House. You hear nothing from the Prime Minister pertaining to these drugs? Nothing from the Minister of National Security? What do they think the Jamaican people should be thinking?
My question is otherwise.
Yes.
Where is the police commissioner?
People on the platform have been asking about this.
Vacation.
They said Mr. Fitz Bailey is acting in the position.
Yeah.
Which means there's a temporary vacancy. Because the incumbent is not available at this time. But nobody, to the best of my knowledge, has espoused the reasons for his absence.
But let me say this situation that has arisen, right? And let me buttress the point that Fitz is saying. This situation that has arisen, Fitz Bailey cannot negate himself from this. And let me tell you why. In 2013 to 2017, who was the commander in charge of Clarendon? Answer my question if you know it, Finzi.
Last name is similar.
Oh, well, it's the same man. Let me go further. Right? Let me go further and show you. This situation in Cherry Lane, based upon the information he's given, and him know the people them there now. Because one thing I give Fitz credit for, when he was commander for Clarendon, one of the things with him, if you call on him to come and do community discussions, and so he believed in community policing in Clarendon. But I'm saying that this situation is not new to Mr. Bailey, and I'll tell you why. Because the players that they're listing that have been in this, because I'm getting some information, some of the players that have been listed in this were people who were known perpetrate violence producers in the parish for a long while. This matter, the incident with the young lady that succumbed about 2 years ago in Cherry Lane, right? This was something that the make me say it now. The SSP at Maypen is aware, the DSP at Maypen is aware of it. They are aware of the threats. So this should not have escalated to this level. And that's all I'll say on this. So they need to stop playing the pocket. This is the kicking the ball around the room business. It now go work. Because we know that the matters were reported to the police. Right? So why wasn't attention being given to this community?
Have you heard of the rumor as to the origins of the car that arrived?
No, what are the rumors saying?
It came out of Spanish Town.
Yes.
These guys lazy. So it is quite possible they came through the toll.
Mm-hmm.
So why aren't the toll cameras being investigated to see the license plate number of the vehicle and who the vehicle belonged to?
Thank you very much.
And in an effort to get away, they may run back through the toll. Am I making any sense to anybody?
Yes, you are, my friend.
So is it that we're keeping this to our chest in an order to use it? Or we would rather not be told that you know who it is, so why you don't do something about it? Let me leave you, I have to go, but let me leave you with it.
Mm-hmm.
Criminals, especially in a place like ours, thrive on mobility and anonymity.
Mm-hmm.
Why people wear masks and this type of thing. And I need to be mobile enough to get from point A to point B undetected and rapidly. They go as far sometimes to switch vehicles on the way.
Yes.
If you can deny a criminal mobility, half of your battle is won. They now have to become very creative as to how to leave from one point to go to the other, to perpetrate what they want to do and take off again. I'll never forget being in Mona and some guys, one in particular, had opened fire at a householder and took off running because he was detected by a patrol car. So he couldn't take off the way he wanted to. And he took off down Karachi. And I was quite willing to pursue him. And Keith, Trinity Gardner, who live on the corner, said, where you do? I said, the guy gone on the road. He said, come on. Got in his vehicle and we drove down to the base of Beverly Hills, where the gully run.
Yes.
So I said, what? He said, just come on, man. And he walks to the edge of the gully. And I said, what now? He said, just wait, man, wait. And you could hear the guy running pell-mell down the gully. And Keith jumped down the gully same time as the guy turned the corner and said, you're coming or you're going? Long story short, when we apprehended him and put him in handcuffs and carried him to Matt's corner, I am there saying to Keith, how you know? He said, because if you make yourself aware of what the escape routes are, you don't have to chase people. You wait for them. We need to set up that type of mindset that when people do something and take off, they can't leave the area but by a few routes. And you sit down there and wait. They must come. Why you wasting gas chasing?
But to buttress your point, Vinzi, how far is Cherry Lane from Four Parts Police Station?
Okay.
I asked that question. Okay, so the guys, I know Clarendon like the back of my hand, and I'm sure you know Clarendon, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're coming from Cherry Lane, it's two options they have. One, they're either going to run back on the highway, right, and come behind Glenmuir and go up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Two, they're either going to continue north in a westerly direction to Mandeville, yeah,
Uh-huh.
or they're going to go in a north direction to head to the hills of Chapelton. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm saying I'm to agree with you. Remember now, there is a program in Maypen. The town center in Maypen is in total CCTV, you know?
Yes, yeah.
If you Guinea one of the reasons why Mike had pushed for that initiative, and I commend Mike Henry for it as well, Because remember at times, man did afraid to stand up a Guinea tree if you take a bus go to Chapelton.
Yeah.
Guinea tree and Talk Street was the spot where where people just drop like flies, when Clarendon was hot.
Mm-hmm.
So if you realize that the town center of Maypen, not much is happening there because people, the guys no cameras there.
You can't do anything undetected.
So I am saying they need to tap into these systems quickly and find out. But as I say, I don't think they will. These guys are playing. They're playing around. There's no will to solve this matter. You hear?
You
There is
know,
something I want. Go ahead, Sesame. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to tell Ed boy, let me tell you this. I keep telling anecdotal things that people think say I'm trying to be a comedian. But I go back to what is wrong with certain things in Jamaica.
Right.
A missionary is ensconced with a tribe in Africa. And the chief comes to him one day and says, we have problem. So what happened? He say, daughter was pregnant. Daughter just have baby. So congratulations, what's the problem? He said, problem is baby white. He said, what? He said, baby white. He said, only white person here? You? And the priest said, come, I can show you how this comes. And he carries him out to the field and say, you see all those sheep? He said, yeah. He said, all of them white, except that one black one. And the chief look at it, think for a while, and turn to the missionary and say, okay, you no talk, me no talk.
I wanted to show Sir Smith a portion of the Prime Minister's speech where they said that they have given the JCF, the Ministry of National Security, more than $25 million in reward funds. $25 million reward fund set up for information on Cherry Lane massacre. Your views on that, Smith?
By who? Administered by who?
By the Minister of National Security.
I know that certain companies to draw certain money out of funds, you need 2 signatures plus the supporting documents. Other than that, that's a pipe that do have no washer. So my question is, if you have all those controls in place, how do you conceal the identity of the recipient?
Well, I don't know how the Prime Minister find the $25 million. And
that's not my problem. You know. My problem is simply I have gotten used to him finding stuff when he wants it and where he wants it.
Yeah.
On that note, as an aside, all of these wonderful cablings and infrastructure that is supposed to be under the St. Thomas Highway, now that Beryl passed through and exposed the innards, has anyone seen signs of these infrastructure?
Where you find it now?
It comes back to pretty words and lovely things, but no substance. I don't want to put a bugbear on it, but it's so nice. $25 million, and you can help yourself by letting us know how we can help ourselves. Not a problem. Only problem is twofold. One, as I said, how do you manage the distribution of this thing in a fair, equitable, and transparent fashion? Because transparency is not a good friend of secrecy.
Yeah.
So, whilst that is happening, fine. Are any of you two aware of the profit margin in drugs?
No.
It's somewhere around 3,000%. Which is why some people in the past used to hold big shows that made no money. That was the spin cycle. Now, 25 million Jamaicans is how much US?
Come on,
Let me tell you,
head boy.
100, roughly about 100 and something thousand US. It's not even 200 good.
Okay. So you think that somebody who want you keep your mouth shut don't have access to 100 and something thousand US?
Of course.
So you go and talk about $25 million Jamaican and somebody just wake up somebody and say, I will quietly
For information, credible information.
let
And
you have credible
Go ahead.
silence. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
They used to play this game a long time ago, you know, but you know how the game was played? For information leading to the arrest and conviction of a perpetrator. So I can tell you, say, if Jeffrey Tavares do it, and you go lock him up. But my information does not allow me to carry him to conviction. So when I say, where my money there? You say, but he wasn't convicted.
But shouldn't this reward, right? And I'm going to be controversial, gentlemen. Shouldn't this reward be this said? For example, we have a former member of parliament who was killed in Portland. To this day, we don't know who killed him. Yeah, Linval Bloomfield. Never forget Linval Bloomfield as I live. Right? We have Mr. Jermaine. Mr. Jermaine was killed in the house. Well, so himself in house anyway, but he was killed in the house of the Prime Minister's attorney.
Yes.
In that house, there's also a minister of government that was present.
Yes. And it is rumored someone from the constabulary.
Okay. So why is it to this day the DPP cannot say to us what is their ruling on these matters? I don't. This is obfuscation. What you're saying about we need to extend this to the German case, to the Bloomfield case, and to Mr. Tyson that was killed in Portmore, a sitting
And
council.
Donnelly Donaldson.
And Donnelly Donaldson and the little girl Dana Dana Rowe, the young girl Rowe from the school in Portmore.
Yes.
That report was slashed.
Can I give you a more practical suggestion?
Yes.
Yes.
Forgive me, I have a bad tendency of thinking out of the box. What can the 25 million do to road infrastructure in that lane area there?
Hold on there, Finzi. I want you to listen to this. The same $25 million, I want you to comment on it. But finish your point you're going to make.
Light, improvement of schooling, facilities that would benefit the entire community, proper housing where it does not exist. 25 million could go a long way, you know.
Yep.
And allow the police to do what they are paid to do, which is investigate and solve crime. I don't need nobody come whisper in my ears for 25 million. Because they will tell me anything I want to hear for half of that. But that 25 million could be allocated to the constituency to improve things that facilitate that kind of heinous act. But then again, let me leave you with this. Who is the member of parliament?
A PNP sitting MP, Mr. Cousins.
Let me shut up.
But let me help you. Hold on, Jeffrey. Hold on, because I'm not what Finzi has pointed out, and let me show you how political bias. And I'm not bringing this in murder, in this situation, because it has nothing to do with politics for me. But 4 parts, the era, Mike Henry's constituency neighbors it. Yeah. There was what we call the JSIF program, right? JSIF earmarked, you know, they had this so like package that Canaanites was on the program, Yorktown, right? Some parts of Havana Heights were added to the program. I am saying, and I'm in total agreement with you, Finzi. Why then what should have happened now? Why didn't they say, okay, we'll use the engagement of the JCF to fix the roads, to put up proper street lighting, solar LED lights at that, yeah, and
Camera in the area.
and cameras in the area span the same LED lights. But here the thing, it is not within their interest to do so, and I'm saying so with no water in my mouth, because these guys have been trying to win Southwest Clarendon from the days of Odi Tally, yeah, that is from 1980, you know, yeah, to now. So it is not within their interest. My information from the ground in Clarendon, yeah, is that the perpetrators were sitting in a neighboring community in central Clarendon. Let me go further. They were brought there a week before the incident. They're not just from Spanish Town, but they're also from Gregory Park.
You and I seem to have similar friends.
Of course, Finzi. Right? But let me add this to say, remember the very incident. How coincidental is it that this area is a strong, predominantly PNP area, and in Gregory Park that they had firebombed the people's houses. That was the only strong support area in the Gregory Park division that supported the PNP. No, I'm not putting politics in this, you know, because when it comes on to crime and health, I don't play politics. But we have an administration that does.
My thing is this. Did you, Jeffrey, heard the question about the reaction to the opposition's offer of continued support?
No, I didn't.
I'm saying the opposition said they would be willing to.
Oh, yes.
Did you hear the preamble the Prime Minister gave leading up to it?
Remind me.
Answering the question.
Remind me.
He literally accused them of playing politics with making the offer. I hear you, but words are one thing, and I want to see action. So I want support in the legislature when we bring certain things forward so that we can cure this. What he's literally saying, without saying, is that I am going to bring some very draconian things to the House. And if you really want to fight crime, you will help me.
I want to play this video. And I want you to listen to what the PM said about the $25 million, how it's going to be given out and so forth and so on and sort of shebang around. Listen to what he said. One moment here for me. I can make you listen to it.
Support of promoting an information-rich environment is that we have now established a fund of 25 million Jamaican dollars. The fund is in the Ministry of National Security, and it is focused primarily on this incident. We will provide 6 million Jamaican dollars for information, credible information and intelligence leading to the arrest and charge of any suspect involved in the killing, particularly those who were involved in pulling the trigger. And that is up to a maximum amount of $1 million per person. Secondly, we will provide $5 million for information aiding in the investigation, arrest, and charge of facilitators of this criminal act, up to a maximum of $1.5 million per person. We're particularly interested in the facilitators and the organizers. The facilitators, those who provided the weapons or gave access to the weapons and ammunition, access to the motor vehicle, organized, made the telephone calls, made the connections. We are particularly interested in those persons. We will give a reward for the provision of information and intelligence leading to the recovery of the firearms that were involved in this killing. We're particularly interested in that and any information on the networks involved in the supply of those firearms. And we will provide $5 million for the supply of information and intelligence resulting in the securing of evidence, any form of evidence, against the gangs that were involved in this operation. Lastly, we will provide a fund of $5 million leading to the arrest and charge for anyone harboring the criminal gangs or their associates. A maximum of 800,000 per person. So another action that the government will take in support of promoting an information-rich environment is that we have now established a fund of 25 million Jamaican dollars. The fund is in the Ministry of National Security, and it is focused primarily on this incident. We will provide 6 million Jamaican dollars for information, credible information and intelligence leading to the arrest and charge of any suspect involved in the killing, particularly those who were
Sir Robert Finney Smith and Boy. Your views on what the Prime Minister just said?
You know, I am my view.
Yes, man.
I have a little qualification in law. I have a certificate in criminal law from London. You know what part of what I had to learn to pass the exam? Hearsay is not admissible in court. For it to cross the threshold of not being hearsay, the information has to be first-hand, which immediately removes the anonymity of the source if it is going to be utilized successfully. Am I making any sense or am I babbling?
No, you're not babbling.
So there's a thing about stick and carrot where you make a donkey move. But the carrot don't work if the carrot rotten. I am simply asking, let us go to the base. How many additional patrol vehicles dedicated to that area could you buy with a portion of that 25 million? Next thing is, what is the source of the funds? Nobody has said it. It is in the Ministry of National Security.
Yes.
We in a country with our GDP, what it is, and our unemployment, although figures are thrown around, did you know that somebody put on window washers as being employed? Anyhow, when you have that kind of situation, where you found 25 million, can you imagine the sound of that to someone living in St. Catherine wondering whether we get porridge for them picnics. You have 25 million can throw at this situation. And I don't have $25 to buy cornmeal.
But
Devon Taylor, hold on for me. Devon Taylor, what we know right now, the Commissioner of Police is Dr. What is his name again, head boy?
Kevin Blake.
Dr. Kevin Blake is the Commissioner of Police. That's all we know. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Right. I was saying, Jeffrey and Finzi, totally in agreement with what Finzi has said. But let me point out something and put a spokes in the wheel. Yeah. Remember that the first announcement that the PM, right? His first announcement on Monday when the press conference was held was, oh, we could have gotten this resolved, but the security measures were not supported. They were abruptly ended. Yeah. Let me respond to this fallacious argument, right? And the argument, so him sound like a winder. Him sound like Trump, who saying that him don't want debate Kamala. Right? Let me say this, that the truth be told is that it is the court who shoot down the state of emergency. So if Holness should not be speaking that way, he is lying and he is misinforming the public. Because it was
don't call the Prime Minister a liar, saying that he's inadvertently being disingenuous.
Same thing. I'm a straight speaker, you know. I don't waste. This is me. I don't mince words. He's lying, and that's what he did. He's being disingenuous and he's misinforming the public. Because
The other thing you're missing is that to lie, you must first have the benefit of the truth.
Exactly. And
what
what is
that he does?
Of course, he has the benefit of the truth. The ruling, Julian Robinson versus the government of Jamaica. Yes.
I have a call coming in. Could I just answer it and get back to you?
Yes, Finzi. Yes, Finzi. Mute your mic.
Yes, Finzi. Go ahead.
Right. So I'm saying, Jeffrey, that we have to point this out because the state of emergencies were not abruptly ended because the opposition didn't support him. They were abruptly ended because the court said you can't do it no more. So he needs to stop this blame game, right?
Well, he loves to blame everybody for what happened. You know.
The next bull crap that he's coming with, and I'm telling you, this guy's a real solid waste of time. Yeah. The next bull crap that he has come with. The next bull crap that the PM has come with, which makes no sense, right? So the court knock out the state of emergency. He's now going to say somebody's thing is on because I'm hearing myself reverbing. Right? He's now going to say that he's expecting that the opposition will give him support.
Hold on there for me, head boy. The Smith? The Smith?
Yeah, I think his thing is on.
Okay, go ahead now.
Right. So I am saying, right, that the courts kick it out, say it can't be done. Why are you now coming to say you need the opposition to agree with you with the measures that we're coming with, sir? Any measure that yes, Finzi. So I was saying enough, Finzi, that the state of emergency was kicked out by the court. It had nothing to do with the opposition not supporting him.
So Smith, are you hearing us?
I think you're going to have to let him go out and come back in. Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead now. Go ahead, head boy. He went to come back in.
Right. So I'm saying the state of emergencies were shut down by the court. The next thing is he's saying he wants his draconian measures. Remember that the court ruled in relation to these draconian measures already too. So anything that he brings must be in keeping with with the rules of the constitution and with the law of the land. And I am no wondering, and just listen to me, I'm wondering aloud, right? If this, Finzi?
Yes, he's back.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yes, Finzi, no problem. So what I was saying, Finzi, when you were away, was that I'm saying that remember the state of emergency was shoot down by the court, you know. The court said no, there can be no more. So
Yeah.
but he on Monday blamed the opposition for not supporting the continued measures. How could the opposition support something that the court said can be done?
Not only that, that the basis on which the court said it couldn't be done was that it was unconstitutional.
Exactly.
So there seems to be an attempt to suspend the Constitution when it suits you.
Right? Then he's going to talk about draconian measures. Why?
Hold on a while for me. So Smith. What Zara Burton asks the Prime Minister is about the illicit aid, and if the US was helping to assist Jamaica in that regard.
Yes.
And he refused to answer the question.
He didn't refuse to answer the question. He acted like he didn't hear it. That was more politically correct than saying that's not what we're talking about right now.
But it has relation, it has implications to the whole thing. But let me tell you, this, remember now, the former AG, right, Malahoo Fort, and Holness, they have been, remember what they said now, remember her speech, you know, we have to abrogate, we have to abridge, yeah? One thing, don't forget things there. And so the abridging and the abrogating of these rights is what he's now pointing to now. So I'm saying to me, now I am somebody who study quite a lot, Sir Finzi, right? And I'm saying, well, 17 at one time. It is a justification as for abrogation of rights. It's an justification of abridging. So could this be a case where there are elements within the state who is pushing for this through this activity? And you know what? Let me not ask the question that I'm thinking in my head. Let me stop. Yeah.
No, don't. I am not only down the road with you. I can see the destination. Don't go there.
I won't.
What it would add. I am a student of history.
Yes.
There's a saying. There's history, and there's story.
Yes.
Parallels mean that lines run next to each other without any hope of meeting. I will not say I'm drawing parallels, because what I'm seeing happening is that these lines are about to intersect. What am I speaking about? 1930s Germany. Adolf Hitler took certain steps.
Yes.
Benefit from unrest and fear.
Order.
And in an effort to address these, which was interesting because he had created what him said we address. Sorry. He put in place certain things that literally suspended what they had of a constitution.
Yes.
And was ably assisted by the general population because of their fear injected into them like penicillin.
Yes.
He had a minister of information, Goebbels.
Yes, the head of the Gestapo.
Who told them that tell a lie, tell a big lie, tell it constantly and with strength and conviction.
And the people will believe.
It becomes the truth.
Yes, Garen Goebbels, man. Garen Goebbels.
Who remind you of that now, Sir Finzi?
I won't say because the person is no longer in a position to play that game.
But he's
But
playing it somewhere else now, though. He's on a different court playing the
they
same game.
with acumen and ironically
Yes, yes, yes.
have connections with Clarendon.
Yes.
Mm.
Oh, wow.
Now, what I'm saying is, if you can get a population frayed in the Jamaicanization of the term, or in trepidation, you can literally feed them anything. So now, the world is going to hell in a basket, but I have a bucket you can borrow. I don't really need a bucket. Yeah, but your basket leaking. But I don't need the basket to carry water. Is that what the bucket for? I know what you need. You don't worry. And then wet up your floor and say you need the bucket. So you create the need. It's like business. The principle of business is supply and demand. You create the demand, withhold the supply, and the price goes up.
Easy, easy.
So now what I'm looking at is someone has lost control of the vehicle and the slope is getting steeper.
So what you're saying, Sir Finzi Smith, the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security has lost control of crime in the country.
I would not be so critical, but if they have not, they are perpetrating a good facsimile of it.
I want you, Sir Smith and Headboy, to listen to a journalist asking the Deputy Commissioner of Police a question. There was a video circulating on social media where a person who is wearing a pink mask threatening that the mass murders in Clarendon will not stop. And they're going for the head of state next and his wife. I can't play that on my platform here because I don't want YouTube to block me.
Nobody
So
guy went further. Him say we kill everybody in Clarendon.
Yes. And I want you all to listen to what Fitz Bailey respond to the journalist. Listen to this.
We have identified the individual.
Hold on.
It's somebody who has been on our radar before, and efforts are now being made to take him into custody. The investigation is well advanced.
You hear that?
Yeah.
You hear that though?
Your radar not working. The Battle of Britain was won by the utilization effectively of radar.
Yes.
If they had waited as long as we apparently are waiting for people who are on our radar, German planes would have been all over Britain before they had a chance to do anything about it. And saying that they were on your radar don't help you. If the person is on your radar and you know that they are a potential cause of trouble, detention to investigate the person is legal. You don't keep him forever, but you hold him to make him know he's being brought in for questioning. There's a thing in the force called a question and answer period.
Right.
So why you don't do that? Let me correct you, Jeffrey.
Yes.
The mask isn't pink. The mask is red.
The what?
The mask isn't pink, it's red.
Oh?
So my question is, what kind of mind games are we playing that you are able to have somebody make that kind of threat against the head of state?
And you find him already?
And you don't draw him in? And if you listen to the diatribe that the man spewed, it sounds almost scripted.
Yeah. But not
So,
only that, enough, Finzi, not to cut you, not only that, because I'm on the same road you're traveling. The 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 same, remember, the same Mr. Bailey just said that he knows that they know of the guy because this is not the first. My thing is, that's what he said. He didn't say it in
yes,
as much words, but that's what he said. My thing is, could this be a higher for public stunt? Because let me tell you what happened. No, outside of this, my forte is understanding political organization. Yeah. And I can tell you, if you want, the best thing you can get is sympathy votes or sympathy support. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
And in a moment like this, a crisis like this, me know how Jamaicans think. The first thing they was, Lord God, they were threatening the Prime Minister in a time like this. Yes?
Yeah.
So I am,
Opposition sponsored terrorism.
yes.
So now, let me carry you back to my history lesson. Hitler wanted to mash up the Jews.
Yes.
He blamed the burning of the Reichstag on them.
Yes.
So when he started doing what he was doing to the Jews, nobody got up and complained. You
Like
think
what
German citizens never
what is happening to the Maroons.
They loaded them on trains and broke up them stores. And normally, in a well-ordered society, that kind of behavior would be frowned upon. But not if these people are presented to you as real and present danger. You understand where I'm going?
Yes.
So, in my mind, certain things are on the horizon.
And not only that, Sir Smith, yesterday I didn't get the privilege for you to watch this video or listen to this video. I don't think I did. I want you to listen to something that really put my ears up in the air. It was said on TV, on CVM,
Mm-hmm.
that from 2021 to now, every single year, there have been a mass shooting in Clarendon. Listen to this.
Clarendon, Jamaica's third largest parish behind St. Catherine and St. Anne, bears a bloody past dating back, like much of the country, to slavery. But after many years, it became a place of history and relative peace, later ruptured by criminal groups and gun runnings as select industries there dried up. Many resorted to violence over time, predominantly who, among other things, fell prey to mass killings, to include the popular Crawl incident in 2003. In that incident, police led by then SSP Renita Adams fatally wounded 4 youngsters during an operation in the area. Well, decades on, and the history of the parish remains stained by crime and violence, even with recent reductions. And what might have been near impossible for some was not for the gangsters and crime influences there, who secured at least 5 mass murders in the last 4 consecutive years. By mass murders, we mean the international definition of the killing of 3 or more people, and that is not legally justified or excusable in a single incident at a single location. That's a definition by the U.S. federal law. History recalls the slain. You'll see on screen Havana Heights, September 2021. Gunmen wreaked havoc, killing 4 people. That tragedy orphaned a young boy around 3 or 4 years old at that time. And a year later, in Cocoa Peace, June 2022, Rashane Barnett reportedly single-handedly cut down a mother and her 4 children, who ironically were his relatives. He's now serving 5 life sentences after his speedy detention and charge. But not even that could deter the criminals who in June 2023 shot and killed 3 people in the Grantham area of Havana Heights at a shop. And that incident was believed to be an act of reprisal following the killing of a farmer back in 2022. And the mass murders didn't end there. Gangsters on October 5 that same year would create another bloodbath, this time in Summerfield, just outside a lounge and grill where 4 men were shot and killed sometime after 1 in the morning. And then Jamaicans were jolted by the news of one of its largest mass murder incidents yet, when gunmen violently shook Cherry Tree Lane, 4 Paths, with a nightmarish attack Sunday night on 2 gatherings, leaving 9 dead, or reportedly at least 8, and 9 others hospitalized. So is there a trend on the rise? What's triggering the bloodlust? And what will it take for it to end? We'll, of course, have our experts responding to this.
Now tell me something now, Sir Fitz Smith. Based on all of that you hear, it has been hear what she said? It's from 2021 to present, there has been mass shooting in Clarendon. Then if the security forces know that, Sir Smith, why is it that they allow another mass shooting to happen in this country?
Where's fraud?
Pardon me?
Where's fraud?
In the hills of Northern Clarendon, you come to Pennant. When you come up through Pennant, you come some of Chapelton, Clarendon College, come to Summerfield, from Summerfield. Yeah.
I know where it is. I'm just asking with tongue in cheek because wasn't the cause shooting a police shooting?
Yes.
So what you doing now? Accusing the police of murder, which have been tried and vindicated?
That's true. That is true. That is true. That should not have been there.
How can you, with a clear conscience, put a police operation that went through the courts and they were vindicated and listed as a mass killing?
Yeah, that is correct. That should not have happened. Absolutely.
So if I run into members of the One Order or the Klansman gang, and then jump out of wherever them jump out of, and there are 20 of them, and my team manages to release them from the bonds of this earth, that's a mass killing?
Apparently so to the journalist.
Or you need to pad the numbers so it fits the trend. So we ignore the fact that that has been vindicated in the courts. You see, journalism in this country has unfortunately descended into who can have the most sensational story. Dog bites man is not really a story, because dog will bite man.
Right.
But man bites dog will get front page.
I want you to watch another video, Sir Smith. And I want you to comment on it, because to me, it looked like this is a PR stunt. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's genuinely feeling for this lady. But in this same video, or a different video I saw where the police officer has to wipe his eyes, the Prime Minister was embracing a lady who lost her husband and other people in the mass shooting in Jamaica's history in Clarendon yesterday. Watch this video, Sir Smith.
Community is devastated.
I was already.
Hold on.
Community is devastated.
I was over there, standing in the middle, and then I heard gunshots. I ran off, and one of my friends fell.
I'm in Cherry Tree Lane, Clarendon, where yesterday the streets became bloodstained. 8 people, including a young boy, were massacred here at a bingo game. The incident leaving 9 others, including an infant, injured. The event has rocked the community.
The devastating, dark, it make the whole scene even now look black to me.
The fear was palpable on the ground. Some stared in disbelief, while others recounted the brutal Sunday slaying which sent shockwaves across the island.
My baby get in and head. My cousin really good. Jesus.
CVM TV News interviewed several survivors of the bingo carnage, but we were advised by security forces to withhold identities as investigations persist. You're about to hear from another at the heart of the controversy.
It was my baby father's birthday, and we just decided to cook some food, and family and friends get together, and we just eat and enjoy ourselves. My mother, you know, she lose her belly pain. Her husband dead in her hand.
One woman lost her cousin, husband, and daughter. Another man lost his uncle, cousin, sister, and nephew. He was too dumbfounded to offer anything beyond tears.
You can see the tragedy. You can see the boxes of food that have been left on the table. You can see the blood. You can see just the trauma that took place.
The authorities have described the event as a terror attack, with police imposing a 96-hour curfew in the community. The constabulary has also deployed units to the surrounding areas.
The perpetrators of the crime, we are pursuing them, and we promise you as a community that we are going to find them.
Ramon Gordon for CVM News. Cherry Tree Lane is not one of those communities that you hear about very often, and the residents there prefer it like that. Cherry Tree Lane is about 6 kilometers from Maypen, the parish's capital, and 57 kilometers from the nation's capital, Kingston. The community is located central in the southwest Clarendon constituency and consists of mostly low-income to middle-income earners. Around 1,500 to 2,000 persons live there, with a good mix of teachers, police officers, and entrepreneurs who leave the community to work, while others set up enterprises there. The community is made up of other classifications of workers, particularly in construction. The children attend nearby schools such as Fogar Road Infant, Four Paths Primary and Junior High, Fogar Road, and Knox Community College. Some of the same challenges that confront most communities are present in Cherry Tree, water being the most significant. Crime had not been one of those challenges until now.
The question I want to ask you gentlemen now, and also Robert Finzi-Smith as a security consultant. Would you say that the political elites of this country has failed the Jamaican people when it comes on to securing the people of this country? When it comes on to securing our borders in this country?
Jeffrey, let me respond. Finzi, let me respond to this, because I want to, you had raised a point with the video you did earlier on showing the mass murders in Clarendon. Right? Now, if I was in Jamaica, at that bar in Summerfield that they shoot before, I would be there. Let me say this. I'm no stranger to Clarendon. Yeah? Politically, that's where I vote. Yeah? North and North Central, the whole of Clarendon is stamping ground. Let me explain something to you. That the incidences, for example, if St. James is #1 for murders that year, you know who is second? Clarendon. If Kingston is #1, you know who is second? Clarendon. Clarendon's position has never changed. It has never changed. And it worsened between the period of 2016 to 2024. And let me tell you why. We had a program, and things would know it. It was a program brought by the EU that was sending the young people down in Yorktown, down in Havana Heights to university. When this stupid Minister of National Security, and I say so with no apologies, when this incompetent Minister of National Security came there, they knew the program would have been suspended by 2018. You know, they did not have no negotiations with the EU to keep the program. So if that will answer what I'm saying. This is an administration that has no interest in one, fighting crime. Two, they have no interest in in bringing up poor people picnic from the bottom when they and bring them to top. It is not in their modus operandi. And I'm finishing now. It's not in their modus operandi. The other incident and this is the media as well need to stop this sensationalism. Because the Coral incident had nothing to do with no mass nothing. The court had ruled on that. The Havana Heights, let me tell you, the Havana Heights incidents related to this. You know how far Havana Heights is from Cherry Tree Lane? A stone thrown away. A stone away.
Yeah.
When former councillor was there, what's his name? A good friend, I forget him. For the Yorktown division, Upel Purcell, right? When Purcell was councillor, remember 2 years ago, he was speaking about these incidences. This is the same, it's within the same vicinity, the same circle between the to Yorktown, the same incident. It's the same groups that have been at it from Fitz was head of Clarendon. That's it, gentlemen.
So Smith,
Yeah.
the question I ask you, sir, do you believe that the two political parties has failed this country to come on to securing the people? Under the PNP, we must admit I don't remember, has there been any mass shooting in the PNP?
I can't remember anything in terms of this type of thing. There may have been, I can't remember them. They're so far between, I can't see it like that.
But under this administration, there has been about how many mass shooting, and nothing has been done in any other modern democracy, Sir Francis Smith. You think the Minister of National Security will still remain Minister of National Security?
Here's what I have to go, but let me leave you with this. It would be too controversial to just walk away, but I can't see why every time something is done by one administration that is improper, the first line of defense for the improper behavior of that administration is that say the other people them do it too. It doesn't mean that the other people did it too. It just means that while you are researching that, it gives me breathing room. And Jamaicans are lazy. So they're not going to run to find out the truth. It's easier to just believe what they were told. So it's no better hearing, no better barrel. Unfortunately, things and time and the figures don't support that. But we like to hang on to anything that is that requiring of too much thought. Do you remember when Mr. Bunting said that this thing was so dastardly in terms of stuff that was happening that Jamaica needs divine intervention?
Oh, yes.
And it became a mocking point. Now, the churches and everybody is running around weeping, wailing, and dashing off teeth. Our teeth don't exist. Gums will have to suffice. And rubbing ashcloth at them head. And they cussed Mr. Bunting when he said that divine intervention. They didn't join him and said, let us have a national day of prayer. Let us start bringing youngsters back into the church. None of that. We don't look, we are in a country now where it is strongly rumored that the person in charge of our national security apparatus is on an unfortunate list for the United States. No one has ever come forward to debunk that.
Nope.
It just left to hang out there. So if it is not so, would you let us know, please? If it is so, would you explain why they remain in the position? I don't know if I'm making sense, but that is how. And politically, we have a history of Samfi. Our first national hero should have been a Nancy.
I totally agree. I second that.
Sir Alexander Bustamante won an election because he said that if the PNP won, Jamaica was going to be communist.
Yes, and the Russian ships were there waiting.
And the Russian ships were there waiting, but they had come to pick up water. And no retraction because him don't get what him want. We have a situation where we forget that you lied to us and we just carry on. Next plate of curry goat, please. Same gentleman, and I use the term advisedly, said that saltfish better than education. Education can't nyam. And uneducated people will absorb anything. It's like a very porous sponge. It's not choosy as to what it will soak up. We have never encouraged where I will now go to both parties, is that
Yes.
we have never encouraged our children to go to school, learn something, get qualified in something, and own something. Because the more people that own something is the less people you have to work for, which means that the wages have to be consummate with their effort. We have a situation in our country where we're still the largest plantation on earth, undergoing the longest slave revolt in history. So we have our youngsters who think that to get some form of acceptance or people look at you with smiles, even if it's notoriety, is to bleach your skin because you don't like what you see when you look in the mirror. How you don't have to keep a nation down, especially young men, if they hate themselves. And that's what we're doing. The young man who jump out of the car and say, but come for kill the whole own, you know. Think him acting in a play.
Yes.
He wishes to be remembered for that phrase. He will go to his grave being thrilled with the look of abject fear on people's faces when he jumped out and said that. Has anyone here realized one thing about that shooting? There is no reports of any of them wearing masks.
True.
If a man come with a gun to you and him not wearing any mask, he is afraid that he will be recognized if he's wearing the mask. If he's not wearing it, he don't have any intention of you being around to recognize him later on.
And that is why, gentlemen, and that is why I said what I said. The perpetrators of this incident, and I will repeat it so the entire world will hear. The perpetrators of this incident, they are not from Clarendon. Yeah? I went and I searched far and wide because I called my sources in Clarendon to find out what the hell is happening. And they said to me, these young men were sitting in a neighboring community for a week. They were waiting on the call.
They came from two different directions. There's a gathering of the clan.
The country is in crisis.
And there's someone in Clarendon who knows who they are and probably drank a Guinness with them. There's some woman who is wondering if she's pregnant now because she had to give it up to one of them or so because they were bored while they were waiting.
Wow.
But Sir Smith, I know you have to go, sir. But when you look on this, an assault rifle was used. I think that's what they said, an assault rifle was used. Where on God's earth Jamaica don't manufacture guns? And the Prime Minister, before I go any further, this is what the Prime Minister is saying, Sir Smith. The Prime Minister, listen to this video, then I comment and have you comment, and then I can allow you to go. Listen to this, please.
We have given direction to the security forces to launch an all-out assault on the gangs that are involved. Indeed, any gang that is involved. There is no way that 8 persons can be killed in one incident in Jamaica and the state stands as if nothing happened. No. Every gang member, every gang will feel the full force of the state today. This must never happen again in Jamaica. Last year, November, another act of terror took place where a gangster with a high-powered weapon shot up a public passenger vehicle and killed 2 innocent children. I made the commitment that they would be found and brought to justice. And indeed, they were. Today, I make a similar commitment. And everyone who is involved in this will be brought to justice, in whichever form the justice is visited upon them.
A tough talking Prime Minister, Sir Fitz Smith, that he's having an all-out war upon the gangs in our country. Yes, you can do that, Prime Minister, but the borders of our nation is open, and that's where the gun is coming in.
But let me give you better than that, sir. This didn't start yesterday.
All right.
So why do you wait until 8 people are killed before this all-out war is declared? What is different yesterday that this all-out war could not have been declared? You want assistance in Parliament? You want support? I can almost speak for the opposition. They would be unreasonable if they didn't agree with this. If I come and find a gunman ensconced in your house, upon conviction of said gunman, you have forfeited your house, aiding and abetting, accessory before, during, and after the fact. So that if a man comes to stay in my yard with an M16 rifle waiting to go out and mash our works, I have to consider that when I'm gone and it's found, he must stay with me. I no longer have a house. Landlords will indicate that you can't stand there no longer because you're losing property. Forfeiture of property. Forfeiture of vehicles utilized in the commission of a crime. If you don't have nowhere to park them, call the United States. They will give you access to a crushing plant that you can start crushing vehicles like that. All these motorbikes you're storing in stations that you don't have space for. Crush them and sell them as scrap metal. We're joking. All out war. All out war requires a target. You have the target. If you have the target, why talk about it? You have just given them warning to jump on a boat to Haiti.
Well, maybe that was the intention.
I want to say good afternoon. I want to say good afternoon. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
You and I must not be in the same place at the same time,
I want to say good afternoon to Waterhouse Vibes. Good afternoon to you, sir. Welcome to the program. So Fitz Smith, I know you have to go, sir. And I want to ask Waterhouse Vibes to come into the program here. I want his opinion on something because I want to give out the number. So Smith, in all that is going on in our country now, sir, the Prime Minister has declared an all-out war on gangs in the country. They have gotten $25 million to people to information and disinformation and that. He has not, in his press conference, speaks about the cocaine bus. He said that he will never go down the road of El Salvador. Your closing remarks to us and your opinion on that.
There is a gang unit in Los Angeles, I believe, and amongst other cities, that have a unit that studies gangs.
Yes.
What are the gang signs?
Yes.
What are the gang tattoos? So if I see you with certain tattoos, you have identified yourself to me. And I can make life for you very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but Finzi, we have, and let me show you how you know, I am baffled at the incompetence of the security apparatus of the country. We fight our way in 2013 when we were suffering to get an IMF to come under the clenches of the IMF.
Mm-hmm.
The IMF said to us, you must do certain things to deal with laundering of money. Eh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because the laundering of the funds were going back into
Terrorist activity.
terrorist activities. So we came up with POCA, the Proceeds of Crime Act. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
My goodly friend, former commissioner and Clarendon, Mr. Williams, Commissioner Williams, Dr. Williams, Carl Williams,
Mm-hmm.
right, was one of the brightest commissioner the force has ever seen. And
Mm-hmm.
he formed, in tandem, a part of his studies at Texas AUM, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
was he did his PhD in national security, and his thing was to form. Remember, MOCA was formed out of Carl Williams' initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Since 2017, when last have you heard MOCA doing any raids? What they have done, what they did was to virtually cut out the power of MOCA and have moved most of that power over to CTAC, which is not what CTAC was designed for. CTAC was really designed for cyber and terrorism.
Yep. And all you have to do is follow the money, but you need an organization that can do that. I would go to schools just before graduation and start to recruit all the people who tried to be actuaries and accountants and things, and give them a 5-year contract to work for us.
Exactly.
And when they've done, they don't go and carry the gun and do that. They just call the people who do and say, here's this address, you need to check this. Because I'm amazed at how certain places in this country sleep. Because the sound of the washing machine should keep them awake.
Of course, because it's in constant operation.
You have a youngster in Montego Bay who keeps blogging about driving a glass top Benz and saying he's 17 years old and everybody can go and do indescribable things to their mother. And nobody not draw this youngster one side and say, okay, papers. You say you're only 17, all right, now let me see your driver's license. And where did you obtain this vehicle? Let me see the paper trail that allowed you to purchase this vehicle. But we do bad things and the money we make from it, we flaunt it and nobody not do nothing to it. Anybody who told you when you were growing up that crime doesn't pay lied to you. Crime pays, that's why they do it. But a man must feel that the big house he just built, he will never sleep in it comfortably.
Yes.
Because somebody coming for it. But
I have with me, Mr. Finty Smith.
Yep.
I have with me Waterhouse Vibes on the line. Waterhouse Vibes, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you.
That's who, that's Mr. Nita?
Yes, Mr. Nita.
Welcome, Brother Nita.
Yes, my brother. Cool.
Your views on the whole press conference and in the press conference, you hear nothing about the cocaine bust in our country, sir. And also the Prime Minister is saying that he has found $25 million to give out for information. Your views on all of that, sir?
Well, I think the first thing we have to realize is that this is a very complex issue. It's not about police going into the community or what have you. We have to face the reality that certain crime are now embedded in our communities. Since the 80s, we have seen a shift towards more and more Jamaica get in a 5-year election period. So all the politicians do is pay attention to that. Do everything to make sure same can remain in parliament. Not protect the rights of Jamaican people, but himself in parliament. So I'm not surprised with what the Prime Minister said because it's a complex issue. And we haven't found an answers yet. So I am just puzzled by the Prime Minister reaction. They have all this information. They know man in prison involved, man in California involved. And from what the information is showing, this incident didn't just start Sunday. It's a thing going way back. So it's like a blood feud, around cocaine. So,
hold
I
on.
don't have an answer.
Sorry, Nita. The people on my chat is saying that most of your presentation to us, they didn't hear it. I think I may have mute my mic so that it couldn't go through. Can you just, maybe go back about 5 minutes back and say that, what you're saying that, go ahead.
What I'm saying is that crime and violence in our country is a complex issue. Complex. Some of the activity is driven by family dispute. Some is driven by cocaine. And some people want to control certain area, start shop owners and what have you. The matter is complex. I don't hear anything from the government right now that really target this issue. They talk around it, They say, yes, we are for crime and violence and what have. But I can tell you this, the state of emergency, when that thing came into White House, basically people them laugh. Because the same police and soldier were assigned to work in our area. They spend more time looking at the young woman them. And in a bar, a drink and all them things.
So Nita, when you look on this, the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security had the opportunity, I'm going to Finzi to come on because I know Finzi have to go. They had the opportunity to tell the people of Jamaica to address the situation of a cocaine seizure in the country. And they did nothing. What does that signify to you, Sir Nita?
Well, it shows that there is a powerful organization in Jamaica involved in this cocaine trade. And we're not sure the impact in terms of whether this thing where it reach in terms of the governance of the country. Which politician involved. Certainly, the volume of cocaine passing through Jamaica can't be done without local involvement. And that is what the police need to focus on. The whole cocaine distribution and impact on the Jamaican people. With all this crime and violence, you never hear anyone talk about the distribution of cocaine and its impact on the communities. Nobody don't want to talk about that. Them jump and make up a lot of noise. He got killed Sunday. A lot of noise make. Then we cool off. And then another incident. And then we go back to it again. We start to cry and shout and whatever. What we need in Jamaica, and brethren, is seriously, the government need to take the Jamaican people in its confidence and ensure that the rights of the Jamaican people are protected. And it starts with them community. It starts with them, our community, my brethren.
Yeah.
Everything is just, it's a joke. It's a joke, Especially when you know some of the players.
Well,
And you see them operation. You have to say, how come this individual still outside? How come he's not in prison?
Yeah.
It's like
Sanita, I have on the line, I have on my program here, Robert Smith. He has something to say. Because I know he has to go. Go ahead, Smith.
Mr. Nita already. Forgive me if I don't laugh.
Greetings.
As bad as the joke is. As a young subaltern in the 70s, I patrolled Waterhouse. I know the history of Tower Avenue and Hill Avenue. I have watched it evolve. And what I'm saying to you is there are certain things that you need to put in place long ago, which would help you identify information. Knowledge is power. Knowledge people don't know you have is absolute power. You want a situation where if I hold you with a gun or whatever, part of your screening is I do a tox screen on you to find out if you have any drugs in your system. And you'll be able to start tracking what is a problem and what is not a problem.
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't such a move violate the rights of the individual?
Yeah, let me tell you something. There's no greater right of any individual than the right to life. And if I can save one life by finding out if you have toxins in your blood that will make you shoot up an entire shop, that's worth
And I would suggest you, my brother, before I make a suggestion, I'm going to share an experience with you. In the 1980s, I was riding a bike, and a musician asked me to take him to a location. I did. And when he went to the location, went inside and parked outside, he called me and invite me into the house. And I went in. And when I went in, it was a Chinese Jamaican, the man I pick up him cocaine from. The first time I saw cocaine was among the Chinese Jamaican.
I can
call a Chinese man appear in court for anything like that.
No, but I can call you some name. Is the source is the only way you can find the source is if you know who the user is and you track him back to it. Now, what I'm saying to you, I want you to hear me carefully. Every time a 9mm or a rifle is loaded, you have to load the magazine. When you load the magazine, you have to press down the round into the magazine. This immediately leads two things: your fingerprint and your DNA. You hearing me?
Mm-hmm. But my brother, man, let me ask you this. You're involved in security for a long while.
Yes.
You must have realized that selling bullets is a big business in Jamaica.
Yes.
Now, who can import bullets in Jamaica? The ordinary man that get on, you have them access there.
No, must the people come for me?
Exactly.
And there are cases where one guy who used to establish gun club was bringing it in fridges.
So I am saying, while the Prime Minister react the way he react and say, "Why blood and fire on the gang members or what have you," it needs to be balanced, bro.
Yes.
I understand the balance. What I'm saying is the gang members are one thing. What about the gang leaders?
Distributor of drugs in Jamaica, sitting at the parliament.
Okay.
They remember the PSOG, but nobody will call the PSOG a gang.
Okay. Okay.
You get what I'm saying to you? The thing needs to balance, man. The government need to reel and come again. And I don't think the PMP have the answer. I listen to Mark, you know.
Hold on there from me, Sonita. So Smith, I want to come in and say something.
The government could be bought and paid for, which is what makes me a little uneasy. That a very big man in society, what you call it, the fufa get shot and killed outside the business place there, you don't hear gunfire about it if you pardon my French.
That's what I'm talking about, my brother. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Gentlemen, can I add a point? Can I add a point here, Jeffrey? 1 second. You know, I've been listening. You know, in 2018, right, there was a big debacle called the Moon Palace, Jamaica, they call it Rooms on the Beach debacle.
Da 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 da.
Hold on. Sing Fitz. You know me. It's old fridge them call me, you know. It's old fridge them call me. So let me tell you what happened in 2018, because nobody can tell me I was there. I saw with my own eyes. You know? When the Mexicans, who are the operators of Moon Palace, okay, they were trying to get the little hotel rooms on the beach from the government. And we're told it was being sold for what? About, they wanted to offer about 30 or 40% to 60% less than what it valued. Yeah? However, when the debacle started, you know, I'm a fluent speaker of Spanish, yeah? So me and the Mexicans have a very good relationship, by the way, because I used to interact with them a lot. When the deal started, you know that I witnessed with my own eyes the man from Portland and the man from Manchester. No, nothing that's gonna get in any problem, Jeff. You know me, you know I'm very guided. Come on. The man from Portland and the man from Manchester going on a plane, you know where the plane departed to? From Ian Fleming to Mexico City. Hello? A private jet sent by Moon Palace. I say no more. And do you know who are the financiers behind Moon Palace? I say no more.
Do you want me to spell out something for you? There's a name in Mexico that ends in G. No, the last name is G starting, and the last letter in the name is N. The first name.
Goose?
Leave the clock.
The problem in Jamaica and dealing with the whole social problem that we face is that the government and the politicians just don't trust the people. Look at the constitutional reform. Holding said to us, the government reached a certain agreement, you know, around impeachment. Another group of politicians come into office, and then those push that to the corner. You know, it's like there's a fear of the Jamaican people. So then decide to do some piecemeal approach to the problem that we face. At the same time, people life ago.
It's same
You know?
way, you know. It's same way, you know, gentlemen. And I'm gonna go back down into some history. Jamaica has a tendency of putting things underneath the carpet. And when I say this, I go back to the Green Bay killing. A lot of Jamaicans were murdered by Jamaicans within the Jamaican Defense Force. A lot of Jamaicans were murdered around by a Waterhouse. And you hear nothing about it. And we have people who believe. Why am I going on this road, Lord? The problem we face in this country, Robert Finsey Smith, Sir Nita, and Headboy, the level of corruption is appalling. And when we have people who want to become persons who are trying to fight and say that they, you know, they're here to help Jamaica, when they themselves involved in a lot of judicial killing in this country. So do you expect now that a government will listen to we when they carry out their judicial killing?
Well, I don't know where you're going with that line of argument there. You know, I know I'm aware of certain things and what have you.
No, I'm not going on the road.
But hear me, Jeffrey. I think what is more fundamental is we need to push so people have control over them community. You understand me? That is what is missing. Empower the community so community can deal with them local issues. Yeah, and that not take place. The biggest problem in Jamaica right now is not crime and violence. It's the distribution of power in the Jamaican society.
True.
That is the problem. I will not speak to that.
But it's not even supposed to.
Allow the politician them come and them run rings round way.
Can I
some of them dress up with sweet tongue and them understand me. I tell you something. You see, when I first came into America, I met a whole Jewish man. You know, and I started doing some work with him. And the gentleman turned to me and said, listen, you see me? I make progress based on the number of people, lips that I can rub on him so that they go into their pocket. You know what I'm saying to you? When we are talking about justice, we are talking about distribution of power in the society. Some people have power and them get out a lot of shit. And the little youth, get a youth who don't have nothing, turn to a gun. Oh God, the police them hunting down. You know? I want to see a level playing field in Jamaica.
Let me share the level playing field. I keep saying I have to go, but I do. Let me share the level playing field. You have a lot of people who have nowhere going fast because of their address. They can get no breaks because of their address. And their address has been designed that way because we have not just marginalized the communities, we have ostracized them. You know much people in a job that them know say that thing that say if you lie on the farm, you can be fired immediately. Or in trepidation, can about to borrow an address to get the work. No, let me leave you with this. You have a situation in this country where people have designed the system to keep people, quote unquote, in their place. So you have youngsters who say back to back, belly to belly, me don't give a damn, me done dead already. So when you have a youngster who have
and you know what is unfortunate? Much of the violence and carried out by the young people are influenced by alcohol, Who not drink rum and boom and what have you. I do all sort of stuff. So it should be clear to every Jamaican that while we cry down the youth them and crime and violence, there is a group in our society who benefit from all of this.
Yes.
Namely the alcohol companies and others, cigarette company and others. So we need to speak to the justice, the lack of justice in Jamaica. And we don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about that.
True. And so Smith, you have to go now, eh?
Yeah, man. Long time.
All right. Thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you, sir. Waterhouse, stay hard.
Yes, my brother.
Vinci, take care. Take care. All the best, man.
Take care.
Yes.
You see, it's a serious problem we face, Yet still, it has a simple solution. We have to take the Jamaican people in our confidence. We have to trust the Jamaican people. We have to trust them. We have a choice. You know, but some guys that play like
Do you
them have little power
Yes.
and them can take advantage of Jamaican people.
True. You know, I wasn't going down a road that, you know, I was using an example of something that let me not go back down there. Anyway, when you look on the whole scenario of an assault rifle, Cernita, a massacre in our country, never happened in the history of Jamaica before. And you look on all of that, then you look on cocaine bus and all the crime that is going on in the country. Would you say that the two parties has failed this country when it comes down to securing its people?
That sounds simplistic to me. You know, it sounds very simplistic. I know good folks from both sides of the fence, GLP and PNP, and them art into the process to get the thing done. The problem, my brother, and this is my honest opinion, the distribution of power in the society is what is causing all of these problems. Some people feel alienated, some people get brutalized, all of that, and all of that. Where does it go? In the 80s and the 70s, we went through a series in 1980 election.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark is over 800 people, you know.
Murdered.
Yeah, and it's estimated that over 368 people out of that amount came out of Tower Island Waterhouse. 380, you know. So the injustice in the society, you know. Remember this, all acts of violence come out of the search for justice.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to understand that.
True. True.
Everyone has search for justice. Whether the gunman or what have you. He agrees and he want to get some justice.
True. I don't know if you saw a video because I'm gonna have Headboy come on in because that's my producers is giving me a wrap-up signal here. So I've been on it from about what? 10 o'clock this morning or 9 o'clock? They give me a wrap-up signal, but I want to have you and Headboy come on in. But I have to ask this question though.
Uh-huh.
When you see the level of corruption in this country, and then the Prime Minister is going to say he has declared a war on the gangs in Jamaica, Cernita. Yet, the borders are open up. Jamaica don't manufacture guns. I know I asked this question before, but I want to ask you this question now, Cernita. We don't manufacture guns.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have a massacre of, they say it's 8, but I'm being told it's 11 people was murdered in this country. By one massacre. One man, a gangs up, a group of people or whatever. Where do you see our country going with this level of crime? This level of barbaricness, this level of, Cernita, where do you see Jamaica going?
Well, that's a difficult one. You understand? Because if I answer, I'm just showing my prejudice.
Mm-hmm.
I think the question should be, what sort of Jamaica we want to create? Here from now, what are the features of this new Jamaica? You know, I think that's the question, because trust me, the injustice is deep in the society.
Mm.
You know, you have people working with a factory 30, 40 years, and when they retire to a rent house.
Mm.
After serving one company 30, 40 years, and them not have nothing to show, not even a roof over them head. Them still pay rent. You know, we need to value the Jamaican people more. And I think that's where it's going to start. When we start appreciate each other, you know, and love each other.
Yes.
Because the answer is there, you know. We don't have to search too far. Just check out the works of Bob Marley. All the answers are there. But
you
them
know,
prefer to come with ideas influenced by European philosophers and social scientists. You know, out of Europe, you know, when the answer is among us.
Yes.
But nobody is willing to say, I'm sorry, or admit that
Right.
I did something wrong or whatever. We have to create a process that allow people to deal with the trauma that we experience as a society.
Yes. Head boy, your take on it.
well, you know, I have always said, and let me tell you, as somebody who was born, me born a Painland, yeah, right, Miss Anita, right, and
Okay.
I was advised while growing up by some of the baddest set of man them in a Painland. Youth, this is not for you. You supposed to take in education, yeah. We see you have potential. We don't want you to come along the road here. So why did I raise my issue of being raised in Painland? We have to create the educational opportunities for our young people. That's one. We have to look at our social conditions that our communities are under. You know, and I know Mr. Nita can agree with me. If you have, based upon the index, for example, we have students leaving school, primary school, 40% of them can't read and write. That's craziness. They go to the high school, the same. As my granny said, them going at the pot as Johnny Cake. They're going at the pot as do and come out as tough as Johnny Cake. Yeah? So we have to look at the educational opportunities. But we also have to, so you have an educational apartheid that we have to look at. But I've been calling for a long time for a truth and reconciliation commission. And let me tell you why. And I saw the Jeffrey Pin, the comment. But this truth and reconciliation commission cannot be like what happened in South Africa. Because there has been no truth and reconciliation in South Africa. It's a sham. Yeah? But we, as promoted by the Archbishop Desmond Tutu, right? We need to be real with ourselves. Garrisons, the political garrisons that were created, they are no longer garrisons anymore. Yeah? So what needs to happen now, the void in these garrisons need to be filled with social services and the support services necessary to lift these people out of poverty. The greatest investment that any country can make is the attainment of education. That is why in the 1970s we saw so much Jamaicans rising with the free education that was implemented by Michael Manley. Yeah? And unless we start to look that there's a link between education, social conditions, and poverty and criminality, we will continue to go around in circles. Yeah? We need to bring on the social programs. We need to get more social workers in our schools, in our communities. Yeah?
Brother man, I've been involved in this work for a long while, you see. And while you're talking, I was saying to myself, I hope you're going to touch on income distribution in Jamaica. You understand, in all the discussion so far, nobody want to talk about income distribution. You know, and if you don't speak to issues like those, then we not make no progress. The reality in Jamaica right now, we have serious problems, and people say we need social intervention service and what have you. Many of these social intervention services only benefit the poverty pimps them from UW, you know. When the money come in, them pay themselves big money and serve as consultant. People like me and others, what we are saying is that go in the community and talk with the people in the community. Them know the solution. Right now, them just get caught in an atmosphere of fear. But you have to go in the community, go sit down and talk with the people. You can't stay outside of a Jamaica house and make some statement and and wait until the next one dead and then you come and make a statement. And no man, go in the community and talk to community people. They know the type of community that they want, they know the troublemakers, they know what have you. But somebody have to go in there, go talk. And this is where social development corporation can play an important role. And the political parties too. We have to talk with the citizens, the residents, the grassroots people. Because guess what? You see, when the people from UW like come in our house, you see by 6 o'clock, 6 p.m.,
Them gone.
them are look head out. They're not in our house overnight. So them have come up with solution, but then them don't know the fear what people experience.
But
They don't know it.
Sernita, not to cut you, right? We in 2013 we submitted an idea to I was working with a prominent social entrepreneur in Jamaica. I don't want to call his name because I don't want to sully him in politics. And we submitted a plan, Jeffrey, right? You know what the plan was? It's called ABCD. Simple. Assets, base, community development. What do we mean by that? We looked at some of the 30 of the most violent prone communities throughout the country. Yeah. We saw that the model of intervention from the government of Jamaica was wrong. Right? Look why, and let me tell you why the model was wrong. What they were doing, we have what is called needs assessment. And I know Mr. Nita will know it. That they come into the community and they say, oh, what is the need of the community? When you go into any community in Jamaica now to do a needs assessment, the government don't have sufficient money to even deal with the first need. In some instances, the need is water, housing, light. So when they don't, they just go down all in the needs. Yeah? We said,
Well, let me ask you this, my brethren. And I think before I ask you, I want to suggest that Horace leave as a book, you see. And I'll
Yes.
suggest that you guys check it out.
Mm-hmm.
In that proposal that you develop, how many residents did you talk with about the design of that intervention? In the
All right.
target
And let me
area
tell
that you decide to. How many residents did you talk with about the design and get their input?
We did. The model was used in Trenchtown, yeah, and it's being used in Trenchtown as we speak. We did. We consulted Rosetown. We consulted all the CDCs, all the community groups, church, every single group in Trenchtown was consulted. Let me tell you what we saw in it. One second, Sanita.
What role did they play in the design
They were
of
they
the
were
intervention?
they were critical in the design of it because it was their ideas. So we did what was called an asset mapping of the community. So let me get to what I'm getting.
Okay.
Waterhouse, that's where I'm heading now. Waterhouse has a similar thing in relation to the music, to Trenchtown. Yeah. When you look at the assets, so that's why I'm saying you can't go into communities and look at needs nowadays. Because the truth be told, there are so many needs. But when you go into these communities and look at the asset, what is the asset of what a firehouse? Firehouse is the home place of dancehall.
Dancehall?
Meaning the music in general, reggae music and dancehall, right? When you go into these,
I wonder if you know who you're talking to, Bridget.
I know I'm talking to. I listen to your program, Sanita. You this man every day.
Yeah,
I have my
but
good friend Paul Berkan. I listen to you.
Waterhouse is beyond dancehall, you know.
I know, no, and sports and different. But what I'm saying, I'm just allow me to finish the point, please, Sir Anita.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just giving a general thing, right? So I'm saying because I want people to understand this ABCD method that we have submitted to even Minister Chang, right? This method is simple. You go in a community, go look for where we're in there. We're Trenchtown known for. We're Pienland known for the home of Little John, the home of music. So if you need to look at the creative industry, the sports industry.
Was
right?
anybody from the diaspora involved in it too?
Of course. We had groups from Canada that was a part of the discussion. Yeah? And we just
the point is the point is
no, but let me
we recognize that
the point that I'm saying is from this model, from this approach, you would not have to raise any major funding. You'd be looking at what is the assets of the community and then using them to maximize. What do you do with assets? You leverage assets. All of these inner city communities we're talking about that they claim to be violent prone, where are they located? Inner city is called inner city. Logistically, you have in Trenchtown over 140 acres sitting called no man's land, that nothing is being done with it. Why isn't industrial development being brought there? Why isn't housing development being brought there to change the apparatus and the vision of the community? That's all I'm saying, my friend. So we need to look at the
I think the problem affecting us is the shallow thinking, simplistic thinking and what have you. And I say that because I'm involved in some work here. I work with some youths, gangster youths.
Yes.
Many of these youths struggle in high school. Struggle. When I say struggle, math and science, them way behind. And you know what we were able to do, my brother? We designed a program with the youth them in involvement. A program that use music as the basis to teach the youth them math and science. Connect with where they are at and build from there. And that is what is missing. A lot of people come into our community and they want to tell us
what to do,
how we should live and what have you. It's not going to work. It will never work in Jamaica. Again, I tell you this, when the people from uptown come in our White House and say they might do something to help the people, by 6 o'clock, them out. This tomorrow, them come ask the resident, what happened last night, how you sleep and what that. That can't work.
Totally agree.
That not going to work.
Gentlemen,
we have to have an honest engagement with the Jamaican people.
Yes.
We have to listen to them. The social scientists and the politicians have to listen to the people, listen to residents as to what is it that we want to change in our community, what direction you want to take our community. No, otherwise it's just a bunch of youths will get hired under no control now what's that. And them just do things. Them wait until the next opportunity come and then make our money and move on to the next project. That's where I go on.
Sir, Nita, give me a minute and wrap up now, please, because we had to go now.
Brother man, my own say to the Prime Minister and Mark Golding is that we have to design an approach that engage the Jamaican people. We have to speak to that. And to do that successfully, it means that a lot of the leaders, they have to humble themselves and go amongst the people and talk to them. Like we tell them how we want our community. Otherwise, Jamaica are just crisis. All right, my brother, we talk.
Thank you so much.
All the best
For coming on. Thank you.
Love, my brother. Cool.
All the best. And as in my closing statement as I go as well, Jeffrey, it's just simple. Huh?
You're going somewhere?
Oh, okay. I thought you were giving the wrap up signal.
No. I just want to call back two person and then I wrap up. Hold on here for me.
Okay.
I'm going to call back two person. Oh, here they are. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Make Talk program. You're live.
Hi, good afternoon, Jeffrey. How you doing?
Good afternoon, East Kingston and Port Royal. How you doing?
East
Kingston. Where am I there now? Hey, late for class, but me love classroom.
You love what?
I said I was late for class, but I love my classroom.
Oh, thank you. The head boy is here waiting on you.
Yeah, man, head boy walk one. Me the one because my husband, Mr. Cindy Smith. But when I run him already, you don't know what me talk to him. I look at my husband that.
Oh my, I forget that you have a yes. I forget, But you can't be doing that to me and Jeffrey East Kingston. Oh God, man. Huh?
Oh God, man.
She gave one left, right, and center.
And look here, I'm not a participator.
The inkling.
I don't celebrate Easter, so I don't know how come they're giving giving us bun.
Where you saying these things, huh?
What do you want to ask the Prime Minister, Michael Andrew Holness? When get so much money from?
You find it somewhere, man. Or somewhere, hide somewhere in the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of National Security. What's wrong with you?
Andrew, no production na go on to Jamaica, no export na go on to Jamaica. All them the money they accumulate.
What do you mean accumulate? The man find the money.
You mean them the when take when go down in the way, go take the give them money and I give them land sorry?
I don't know, ma'am. But he find some money in the Ministry of Finance to give the Ministry of National Security.
All right. Next question, Andrew. Michael Andrew Holness. You run go to Clarendon, I go down to Clarendon and I go down there. One like you sympathize with the people them. The businessman where they kill up this, so you go to Finn family and a family.
Well, those are the people of the Vumva and the Vumva V. He doesn't have to go to them. Hold on, no man. He doesn't have to go to them. He has to go to the people down who live below Crossroad, who live in a Clarendon, you know.
Yeah, because not take poor people to eat that all the while.
Thank you for their sympathy.
Yeah. Poor people now no sense. So the man now no family. Team family now more. Eh?
There is more to that.
Team family. Look here no man. I tell Andrew yesterday no, Andrew, all look at me. Whenever I go to school, don't go to school, me go to Sunday school, and me did have to go.
Well, at least you went.
We can't put 2 and 2. I know that 2 plus 2 equal 4, or 2 and 2 are 22. You hear, Andrew? I know 25 million. Where you get that money there from? I'll take a question here ask you.
Out of the budget.
On get to budget and the budget now gonna wear the budget chart like short pants.
Out of the consolidated fund.
Jeffrey, da. Me want some other stuff they fi sell. Hey boy, me and you go sell some other stuff there.
What
Yeah.
you talking about?
What you talking about?
What you mean?
I will tell you kiss out my Bible, you know.
We are going to sell some other stuff there. Yeah. Yes, the plain land. Yes, the plain land. Have a nice day.
Tag along. All right, my friend. Take care. Boy, Jeffrey, I don't know. I love that woman. That woman make me laugh every time I tell you.
Hold on there. First, then we can
really crazy.
We're gonna close the program anytime soon. The person that answering, so we may hang up.
Okay.
Head boy, I want you to just give your closing remarks and we can hang up because I'm not gonna go no longer today.
Well, you have been. Let me tell you something, Jeffrey. Let me commend you. Continue the hard work. Yeah. As they say, forward still with Jehovah's will. Yeah. And the billows will roll away. So I want to just commend you on the hard work you're doing and continue, as they say, don't become weary in well doing. Yeah. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. And I want to say to the Jamaican people that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And I am seeing that light is coming closer than we think. And it is obvious to me that we have an administration that is just out of touch. They're out of depth with crime management. And if people going compare, because I have this issue with a lot of Jamaicans, Jeffrey, that they say, but under the PNP, the murder rate was high too. Yes, but under the PNP, it was way lower because there were measures being done to deal with it. So why would Peter Bunting be able from 2012 to 2006 and 15 have the lowest recorded murder rates in the history of the country since the decade of 2000? Yeah, it must be because there were measures being put in place. Yeah, and remember, this administration is doing less. The crime rate is less with more resources. Remember, they are spending most on crime fighting,
Yeah.
So I'm saying to the Jamaican people, be vigilant, be vigilant, be vigilant. And I'm also saying to the family of Dean Shaw, I sincerely send my condolences to you. And I'm certain, I'm certain that because I know for a fact that there are cabinet ministers that were very close friends of Dean Shaw because we were at the same place having a rum. Hello? Hello? So I'm saying I find it strange that Mr. Shaw is being treated in this manner. So there's something that needs to be added up. Yeah? Because why is there this hands-off approach from the death of Mr. Shaw? Hello? This is somebody who, if you're a Barry G, Richie B Plaza, yeah? Let me say no more. All I'm saying is the truth will come out. And the person who owned the house at Evandale, you will find out within the next week is who owned the house. Because if we have to publish it, I'm searching right now for the volume and folder number of the house next door it. And if we have to publish it, and there will be no transfer, because any transfer is done, it will show it was being transferred from. And then you will see who owns that house. And then you will see how nasty this is. Because it's more to it than meets the eyes. That's all I'll say. All the best, Joe.
Thank you, head boy, for coming on. I want to say thanks to Robert Finzi-Smith. Thanks to Mr. Nita from Waterhouse Vibes for coming on. Oh, hold on, take this call before I go. Good afternoon. The only call coming in. Good afternoon to you, sir. You're calling about the Make It Talk program?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You have about 2 minutes before we close. Go ahead.
Well, let me hear up all of your panels so far. Since Smith, Ed Boy, and gentleman, you know. Boy, this thing need, I know you have timeline with your program on the year, but let me tell you, just quickly, as you said, quickly. I can't understand the commander-in-chief or make certain pronouncement to take with themselves. Because whatever.
Maybe
how can the commanding
maybe the commanding chief, maybe the Minister of Defense was saying to the perpetrators, take on yourself like how the former president of the United States would say, okay, boys, stand by and stand back.
No, the reason why I say that, Jeffrey, I don't know if you are the panels remember how the SOE starts. And whose constituency, because of the embarrassment to the government, then come out the start the SOE. There was a shooting in Iron Shore. There's a shooting down at the airport. That's when the SOE start. And certain community where cause that issue, it is causing the taxpayers of Jamaica today $8 to $10 million a month to just cool it. You hear what I'm saying to you, Jeffrey?
Yes, sir. I'm hearing you loud and clear, sir.
So I don't know if you guys remember how the SOE start, but me just tell you how the SOE start.
Yes.
A shooting out at Iron Shore, just across from the hotel, right between the hotel and the gas station out at Iron Shore, the total gas station. After that, there was a shooting down at an airport. And as I say, so the community where the alleged shooter came from.
Yes.
And I'm also telling you, such community, $8 to $10 million a month, keep it quiet. Right now.
It is alleged.
Alleged.
Yes.
But at that I go on.
All right, my brother.
Quickly, on the cocaine. You're not going to hear anything from the cocaine, where the bus and the cocaine, where the bus, the bus and the cocaine, how they come from. Uptown, I know you're not the ghetto, Jeffrey. So you're not going to hear nothing about it. You're talking about that cocaine. All of the cocaine where you have a certain airport in Jamaica is a cocaine airport. You don't hear nothing about that. But at the helicopter like a movie, cocaine like rice grain in a Portland. Warm to these things.
Not a word from the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security about a multi-billion-dollar cocaine seizure in the country. And they had a press conference.
You understand what I'm saying? But I know you have to go here because I hear you talk about wrap up long time. But there's so much issue with the connection, because we never talk about the over 50 odd Jamaicans were murdered by the state since this year.
The nation is in crisis, sir.
You understand what I say, Jeffrey?
Yes, sir.
So I mean, with all the work, me could have tell you how me work in a certain parish with the OS and USAID to put certain pleats, I mean, something on a nigger that day in 1998 to 2001. I work in Negril with the USAID to kind of put some order to Negril. So when we see Negrils always stay today, my God, man. It's not we don't really want help to Jeffrey. Crime is a business in the country. Every time the SOE go out there, a crony get a contract to provide food.
Yep.
So there's a connection, Jeffrey.
There is, because somebody pinched me and tell me something that I'm yet to verify it, so I don't come on here with it as yet. That you're correct. Every SOE, there is somebody within the hierarchy of the Labour Party who has a restaurant or a kitchen or something.
Jeffrey, you know when me come and tell you something, me have the source. I was at a certain station doing refurbishing, and the nearby SOE, the food were prepared at that station. And there was a connection right there. So I'm telling you, whenever you establish a SOE, a crony benefit, there's a connection. Everything that this government does. I'm not saying other government not do things, but everything this government do, brother, it going to one little handful of people.
Yes. All right, my friend.
But we talk some other time. But we just want to shed little light to what the other rest of panel deal with earlier.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much for calling in. Thank you. There we have it. Same to you, sir. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, people. We got to say goodbye for now. I want to say thank you all for coming on the program. Jamaica is in a frenzy. And if the Prime Minister of the country do not do something about the guns flowing in the country, then all he's doing is really walking and just not doing anything. Who can send me a little lunch money? I want some lunch money. I want something good to eat today. Who can send me a little something to buy some lunch? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, people, this is where we're going to say so long from here. This is where we're going to say so long from here. I want to say thanks to all our people who came on the program here. Everybody who's on the program here, thank you all very much for coming on. I was asking if anybody going to send me a little lunch. Something to buy some lunch, but nobody not saying anything to me. So I'm not begging anybody anything. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for being a part of this program. Thank you for being so good to me to come on in the program all the time. Thank you all very, very much. Me know that's what me want to consume, I don't know. I go buy something, cook, or I go buy something on the road. I don't want no fast food at all. Maybe I need something from Dutch pot or one of those Jamaican Caribbean cuisine. Maybe I want something from there. It would be good if I could get something from there. And Stewie? Stuart, what do you think? And whatever you want to send to me, say it. Whatever you want to send to me, send it. Me not going to tell you how much you send to me. If you can't send something to me, send it. Me not going to tell you send me $20,000 whatever. You send me whatever you can. Anyway, this is where we're going to say so long from here for another day until you hear our voice again. By the way, I think there is something that I wanted to say to you before I go, Hold on there for me, people. Hold on there for me. There is something that came into my phone that I wanted to say to you, but it slipped me. Let's see if I find it. It slipped me. Hold on there for me. Okay, let me post the Zelle link. Okay, hold on there for me. The Zelle link is, I'm looking for something. I can't find this thing here. The Zelle link is this. Yes. 345 shift at GMAIL. That is the my Zelle link in the chat room there. Oh, hold on there. .com. That is my Zelle link in the chat room. Yes, there was something I wanted to say to you guys, There was something that I wanted to say. It was something that was important, but I don't know what happened. Because they were talking and I overlook it. Let me see if I find it back here. No, I don't find it back at all. Anyway, this is where we're going to say so long from here for another day. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Oh, Lord. Lunch, dinner, and breakfast. Thanks much. I'm not playing around. Yes, there is something else that I wanted to talk about, I don't know what I did with the thing. Burial leave family of 27 homeless. My God. That's what I was talking about. There was something else that I saw here, though. But I really wanted to say, to comment on it and say it to you guys. But I can't find it. Well, so be it. Thank you all very much for coming on the program. Thank you all for being a part of the Make We Talk program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk program. Our topic today was the press conference. The press conference at Lord, thank you very much. The press conference at Jamaica House. The press conference at Jamaica House. And then what we did, I didn't plan to go on with the program so long because I wanted to do something else. But I guess I'll do that later on or tomorrow. And in the press conference, you heard nothing about the cocaine seizure at the airport, in Jamaica, in Havendale. Nothing at all from the Prime Minister or the Minister of National Security. But that is it. That is what we're doing in this country. That we are not, hold on for me. That's what we're doing in this country. That, you know, we just sit down and accept what they're going with. Until you hear my voice again, may God bless you. May God bless Jamaica, land we love. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Have a great and marvelous afternoon. Join me tomorrow, or join me later on, or join me tomorrow when I'll come on again with an exciting topic. Remember, our focus. We're not going to look back, look sideways. We're going to be focused on issues facing our country. We're not around here with any gossip or anything. We're going to be focused. Like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Until you hear my voice again once more, may God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Have a great afternoon, everyone. God bless.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
You know, call now.